Then, this is it. We're back with the final stream of Doki Doki Blue Skies. This is it. This is it. This is the last stream we'll be doing on this game. I hope everyone's looking forward to it. Now there are a few things I want to do here. First of all, before I jump into anything else, I want to see if I can get a bad ending for Sayori, and then we'll do what I've so creatively went ahead and got for the title. For now, let's jump in here, hit the skip button, and see if we can get a choice to do. My guess is... I think the therapy choice is still coming up here, whether or not she'll go alone over us. Yeah. Oh, no. Actually, it's longer. We'll keep going until we reach the choice where we need to tell her to go to therapy, and we have to decide whether or not she should go alone. I think this is a good opportunity to get a different ending. And then we'll get to spend some time with Monika, I think. So I hope you're looking forward to some Monika time. Now I'm still not sure when this whole therapy thing is coming up, but I'm guessing we still have quite a bit to go. But it shouldn't take too long. So yeah, while we wait for the game to just progress a little bit, that's just fine by me, because that means everyone has time to arrive. Anyone who wants to come, that is. But yeah. I'm not even sure, did the therapy thing already happen? And I just completely stormed past it? Because I think we might already be past it at this point, right? Yeah, no, we're definitely already past it. In that case, let's actually go back here and make a different choice here, just to see where this takes us. In that case, I'll just make a different choice here. All I want to see is a different ending for Sayori before I do anything else. So I'll walk you home. I'll walk you home. Aren't you the gentleman? Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Sayori. Sweet dreams. Kiss her goodnight and turn around to leave. Code? Yeah? Can you stay with me? Overnight? Yeah? If that's okay. Of course it is. Thinking about it, I'd also get to make us breakfast in the morning. I'd like that. So is this just a choice of where we're spending the night, and no real difference? As I mentally survey the room, I'm struck by how messy it is. To think that before I knew about her depression, I just thought she was too lazy to clean everything up. How little I knew back then. So which side of the bed do you want? Can we both fit on it? I don't know, to be honest. I've never slept with anyone before. There's an awkward silence for a second, made slightly comical by the fact Sayori hasn't realized the implication of her words. I mean, does she ever realize them? Typical. Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. After completing my bedtime preparations, I wearily slide into bed, thinking about the conversations that took place today. There's been a lot to take in, I suppose. Thinking about it, today could have gone a lot worse. I just hope that doesn't change. The bedroom door opens to reveal a sleepy-looking Sayori in pajamas. As Sayori approaches the bed, I can't help but notice how nice her legs look in those shorts. Won't you be cold in those pajamas? Nope. I have you to warm me up, remember? I'm suddenly very grateful that I have the blanket covering my body. She slides in next to me, pulling the blanket over herself. Slowly, she inches over to me and positions herself so that the top of her head lies just below my chin. Resting her head on my chest, she looks up at me, moves in for a quick kiss and giggles. At such proximity, I can hear her heartbeat. Her hands feel soft and warm against the fabric of my shirt. She's incredibly warm, but it isn't overbearing in the slightest. On instinct, I wrap my arm around her body and rest my face atop her hair. Good night, Sayori. Plant a kiss on her forehead. Good night, Code. I'm curious to see how much difference we'll actually encounter here. Because I think this is pretty similar, just, you know, we're spending the night at her house rather than ours. Suddenly, I'm pulled out of my sleep by what appears to be sobbing. As I slowly fight the grogginess, I am also aware of a slight dampness on my chest. This is dialogue we already know. It's just in a different location. So yeah, all that changed was the location of where it took place. We're still gonna skip ahead a little bit just to see if it does change anything, but I don't think it will. I'd be surprised, honestly, if it did change anything. But we'll just have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm kind of glad that nothing too interesting is going on right now, because that means everyone has time to see to get the notification, because I know that Twitch can be a little bit of an idiot sometimes when it comes to sending out notifications. I've been told that many times before, and I have experienced it myself. Yeah, it honestly doesn't seem like there's anything too different here. And hi! It's time. It's time. It's time for just Monika. We're still just skipping through some stuff we've already seen just to make sure we didn't miss anything. But after a while, yes, I plan to get onto some interesting Monika stuff, which this game actually has. Yeah, nothing here, as I expected. Now then, what I really want to do is... Where is it? I think we saved at the... There it is. I really wanted to get a different ending for Sayori. You know what? No, I will get a different ending for Sayori before I jump into the Monika stuff. That's something I still want to take care of. Let's jump all the way back here. Maybe here we'll be able to make a choice that will change the outcome of everything. And once we do that, there we go. This is the choice I wanted to alter and see if I can get a bad or neutral ending from this. This is something that she has to face herself. Now then, let's see if we can ruin our relationship and then move on to Monika, right? You've got this, Sayori. I hope so, Code. Just keep me updated, okay? I will. Okay. So not much dialogue here. Now I'm curious to see if we're gonna need to be skipping ahead again, or if we're actually gonna get some new stuff right away the next morning. New stuff. Before I know it, the weekend has already arrived. It's been a few days since Sayori agreed to give therapy a try. How big of a... How big of Here I am decoding stuff again. Been a while since I've done that, because in the previous stream where this happened, I didn't have too much time to do it because I was had to concentrate so hard. It's been a while. Have you seen? How big of a something have you seen? Snickers? Is that what I'm reading here? How big of a Snickers have you seen? I think that's what that says. Alright then. How big of a Snickers? A Snickers. You mean like the candy bar? Or what exactly do you mean? And if you mean the candy bar, then I've only seen the standard size. So nothing too big. Or actually I've seen smaller ones actually. I've seen the bite-sized versions. These Snickers bites that you can just toss in whenever you want. But I think there are bigger ones, but I've not seen any bigger ones, so nope. Just regular sized is the biggest I've seen pretty much, I think. A slight nudge from me. She spoke to her doctor, who managed to arrange for her first therapy session tomorrow. As relieved as I am with how well things were being handled, I'm still fairly apprehensive. Also, I'm still not sure where that question came from. Just out of curiosity, or have you recently seen like a really big one? And so, seeing how pervasive her condition is, interfering with her ability to get homework done, twisting her self-perception, can't lie, it's been daunting. I guess seeing firsthand the crippling effects of depression on my best friend has been quite the shock to my system. A part of me can't help but worry that somehow me getting involved was the wrong move. Am I making things worse by making her think it's her fault that I'm so concerned for her? Can't shake off this horrible, foreboding feeling that I'm getting into something that's way more serious than I can imagine. That's good, because we want this relationship to fail. Am I really helping her, or am I just emotional baggage for her to lift? No, Code, don't let your irrational fears get the better of you, not now. Let's look at the positives. She's already agreed to seek help. That's the first step to recovery, right? Yeah, that's true. Jeez, why do I always have to stress over everything? Being with Sayori makes my day brighter, no matter the situation. We care about each other in a way that nobody can understand, and we've always been there for each other. It's best to focus on that, and stop worrying about what could go wrong. If I'm constantly focusing on the negatives, well, it's no good for anyone. Stay positive. Optimistic outlook, Code. Optimistic outlook. After completing my morning routine, I find myself sitting at the kitchen table pondering on the different ways I could spend the day. One of the drawbacks of being in your first relationship that you're not quite sure what you're meant to do with your partner. It's too cold to spend any significant amount of time outdoors, so we're basically limited to the indoors. Peer down at my watch, 10:14 AM, pretty early, so Sayori probably isn't even awake yet. As my gaze idly settles on the used plates in front of me, an idea hits me. Ooh, Sayori would love this. About half an hour later, my little surprise is ready and carefully placed into a bag. I saunter over to her room with the hopes that she's still sound asleep. And Ducky, hi, what's up? Hang on a second. I got an image and a video of that. I got an image and a video of that. Of what? Of like a really big Snickers bar? Because that's what you talked about previously. And I mean, if you want to share, you can. Not sure if I'll look at it right away, but sure. I'm not quite sure how big it would even be. Just as I had hoped, she's still fast asleep, no surprise given it's not even 11 yet. As I silently make my approach, I am struck by how cute she looks when she's sleeping. What are we doing? We're currently trying to get the bad ending on Sayori's character out and then move on to hang out with Monika. That's the plan right now. So yeah, we're trying to ruin our relationship after we got such a happy ending last time. Are we looking forward to that? I wish... I whispered it. Okay. Wait, that didn't sound super creepy, did it? Also the O? As in, we're trying to ruin our happy ending? That was the plan. Waiting for Min to go live so I can sub. She was Wasn't she live yesterday? She was live yesterday. I made it to her stream. I don't know why I forgot to sub, but I've just been lurking anyway. So, but next time I'm trying to make it again. Probably do more than lurk and actually drop a sub this time. So that's my plan. Stupid of me that I completely forgot about that. Then again, I wasn't too actively watching her because I'm still trying to get some more stuff done on Genshin Impact before I focus too much on what she's doing on there. Just got the cash. Well, I'm gonna just take it cheap and sub using Twitch Prime. Because that's the cheap way out. Alright then. Mentally chastised myself for being such a weirdo code. But the way she's curled up into a ball, even with her hair being a mess and a slight trickle of drool leaking from her mouth, she's perfect. Why can I not skip this? This dialogue sounds very familiar. Don't think there's any way that this girl could ever look at anything less than beautiful. Twitch Prime? You know, Twitch Prime. You can sub using Twitch Prime, which is basically free. All the same benefits, but it doesn't cost you a single cent. But you can only sub to one person using Twitch Prime. And yeah, you need to use it, you need to link your Amazon Prime account to Twitch. That's how you get access to that. So yeah. Link your Amazon Prime account to Twitch and you can subscribe to one person for free every month. Don't think there's any way this girl could ever anything less than perfect. Light sounds of her snoring turn my light smile into a heartfelt grin. Setting down my bag, I quietly walk over to her and gently brush a lock of hair that's fallen into her open mouth. She coos slightly as my hand brushes against her forehead. Wakey wakey, sleepyhead. 5 more minutes. I made you breakfast. She groggily sits up and rubs her eyes, hugging the blanket closer to her. You didn't have to, Code. Yeah, we know this already, and she's gonna not take it. Why is this not skippable? Is it just because the choice we've made takes us on such a different path that even when there is the same dialogue, they didn't bother to make it skippable because it's just for now. You got a Discord and got and a... Does that say lemon? Excellent. You got a Discord and you got a... Does that say lemon? Because that's weird. Still waiting for yours? Oh, right, for my affiliate. Yeah, we're getting close. We're like at 2.5 average viewers now. So, we have a chance of getting there soon. So, hope you're looking forward to it. But I still need to figure out what kind of rewards you might be able to redeem. I also need to work out some emotes. Because otherwise, this is gonna look stupid. I have like 2 rough ideas for emotes that I've created. I don't know if they look any good. But I'm not the best at creating emotes because I don't have any practice with it. Naturally speaking. Lamp. Of course we need lamp. I'll think about it, okay? You didn't have to, Code. Can't help but feel disappointed and slightly irritated by her reaction. I was really looking forward to seeing how exuberant she'd be. What is it? What time is it? Like 11? Yawning, she pushes the covers off and sits up. She still looks quite tired. She gingerly opens the bag and forces a smile onto her face. You can thank your Dear Sunshine poem for inspiration, especially that last line. Lemon... The lemon entered your server. Well then, the lemon entered my server. My current guess is that you are the lemon, so to speak. Interesting. Because if that's the case, then thanks for joining the community, I guess. Feel free to hang out. Got a couple of channels there where you can talk about basic stuff. Like the general channel is basically where most conversation is happening right now. But feel free if you have anything to talk about. That's what the Discord channels are for. God, I'm so selfish. I have such a thoughtful boyfriend who's been super considerate and made me breakfast in bed, and I can't even thank you properly. You went through all this trouble just for me. Anyone else would be really appreciative, and yet here I am complaining that you're here. You can help with emotes? You know what? That'd probably be very nice. I can probably just share my 2 current ideas with you, but yeah. Oh, this mod? Hey, Splooshy Man. Yeah, this mod. We've got pretty much every good ending already, and we got the bad endings for the other characters. Please don't— I have censor on. Don't worry, I can double check if you want me to. But I have. Yeah, we got the good endings for all the characters right now. We're basically already completed. Right now we're trying to get, to mess up on Sayori and get her bad ending, and then move on to the Monika content. That's the plan for this stream. That's why the title is Goodbye Blue Skies, because this is basically my final stream on this particular mod. Which doesn't mean I won't be coming back to DDLC in the future, because after all I've been getting a lot of recommendations for different mods, and I'm curious to try them out eventually. But this stream will probably be the last one for a while. But yeah, I know that censoring was very much needed for this game. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Huh? No, it's not like that at all. I mean, yeah, I was hoping you'd be a little happier to see me, but... well, it's kinda on me for forgetting how difficult mornings can be for you. Don't worry about it. I can tell that my words haven't convinced her in the slightest. You have a Doki Doki emote? You mean as in I need one? Well then. Well, we can talk about emotes all you want later. For now I have, like, as I said, just 2 basic designs. I still need to figure out the reward system. I still need to figure out what even the things need to look like. What are they called? The channel points. Because I would like to create a custom design for those as well. There's a lot of stuff I still need to put some thought into, and we're slowly but surely approaching the point where I actually need to have something to show for it. What was alright? But I don't get the feeling that you want me here. Relax. That you don't want me here. Relax. She slowly starts chewing on the food. This is really good. Wait, did she actually eat it last time? I think this might be different. I don't think she ate it last time. It's pretty basic stuff. But I'm glad you like it. Natsuki's cooking has nothing on me, as you can see. Or actually, did this happen last time? I don't even remember. Wow. Here we go. Here I go, flexing my memory again. Panties, as in that should be an emote? Because that would be very weird. I dropped a lemon in your server. You seem to not have an art place, so it's in general. Yeah, so code coins. We'll have to figure that out. You know, part of me just wants to make it bits because, you know, bits as in computers, but bits are another thing on Twitch already. So, can't make it bits and say, like, for 1 byte you can get this and that. That would be an idea, but again, that would start causing confusion because you know how it is. But code coins, yeah, we'll just... but the thing is, we need to figure out a design, of course. But all of that comes with due time. You know what? I think once the stream is over, I'm gonna jump into Discord for a quick discussion on that and show off the 2 designs I have for emotes right now, just to see what the feedback would be on those. How is it you can make me laugh even if it's the last thing I want to do? Magic, I think? Maybe I was a comedian in my past life. It's a question that science has been trying to answer for the past 100 or so years. No, I think we have seen this before. By the way, can we just have a lazy day today? I don't really feel like going outside or anything. Fine by me. As she finishes eating, we make our way back to mine. We've pretty much resumed our standard activity of cuddling on the sofa. Maybe my earlier worries were unfounded after all. We're both content just being in each other's presence regardless of the activity. I'm aimlessly flicking through the movie channels on TV. What about my phone? Hi, Code. What's up? Oh, right, no voices for texting. Not much. Yuri carries on typing and she's taking an awful long time to reply. Get the feeling that she's plucking up the courage to ask me something. But I was wondering, go on. Would you like to discuss the book with me today? I haven't read much of it, to be honest. I think the movie version is on Netflix, though. Let me check. Yeah, we've definitely seen this stuff. Why is it not skippable? A little more, and you can... Hang on. Oh, God. A little more and you can read this as a little more and you can read this as fast as normal chat. Well, I think I need to work a little bit more on my skills to read this as fast as normal chat, but I feel like I've gotten better at it. What's up? Oh, you know that book you lent me? I'm checking to see if it's on Netflix. We're gonna have a horror night? Well, I told Yuri I'd let her know my thoughts on the book with her, but I haven't really read enough of it to be able to really discuss it. But if I can't find it on Netflix, then I thought we could all watch it together instead. Oh, here it is. Oh. Are you okay with it? Of course. I'd be a terrible friend if I stopped her from coming over. Other people are out there having tough times too. She shifts her attention to the television, a wan smile on her face. Okay, I figured that if you were here too, you wouldn't feel like I was, I don't know, leaving you out or anything. It's fine, Code. Dear God, that clown looks even uglier on the big screen. I've never liked clowns, me neither. Good news, I found it. You can come over, so you're here too, by the way. Are you sure that I wouldn't be interrupting anything? Nah, she said she's fine with it. It's all good. One text later, and Yuri's eagerly waiting outside my door, book in hand. Yuri, come on in. Sarah's in the living room. I'm gonna skip through this a little bit faster because we already know what this says. Good afternoon, Code. Thank you for suggesting this, by the way. I haven't seen the movie version yet. Yeah, neither have we. Should be interesting. Hey, Yuri. Yuri smiles in greeting. I've heard good things about the film adaptation, so I'm hopeful that this will be enjoyable. Only one way to find out. No hints. No hints needed. I'm impressed. Well, I'm getting better, as you said. So, hopefully I won't need hints for much longer. As predicted, Sayori is a massive chicken jumping at every loud sound and every suspenseful noise. On the other hand, Yuri seems totally engrossed by the movie. No one's looking away during an ominous scene. For the most part, it's difficult to read her face, as she remains fairly impassive. Although a look of wonder and interest occasionally flickers across her face, especially when the monster's on screen. It's definitely one of the better horror movies I've watched. Granted, that isn't saying much, as I haven't seen too many. I have to admit, the acting in this film really sells it. Both the clown and the young kids who serve as the protagonists are brought to life really well. Oh no! Please don't tell me they're gonna go into that creepy building. Ah, why would you go in there? It's just a nightmare waiting to happen. She ducks behind her cushion, only peering out intermittently, something she took to doing once the clown was first introduced. I laugh and pull her closer. She cuddles into my shoulder, turning her face so she can still see. Out of the corner of my eye, I can catch Yuri quickly throwing us a glance from my peripheral vision. It's hard to tell, but she looks a little sad. I grimace a little. Clearly I forgot how isolated Yuri feels at home. Watching Sayori and I cuddle probably is a painful reminder. Especially if Sayori's predictions about how Yuri feel about me is true. An hour or so later, and the movie's over. It's been really interesting, and I hear Yuri's thoughts, not just on the movie, but on the horror genre as a whole. That's something I admire about both the book and the movie, how both approach the present and theme of fear. A lot of film adaptations of books tend to over-sensationalize the content. Many horror movies rely on cheap jump scares to elicit a reaction. Of course, there's nothing inherently wrong with a jump scare, but I find the best horror tends to really get under your skin and makes you think. Well, after you've finished. Yeah, I agree, jump scares just annoy me, really. They startle you, sure, but the build-up can be tense. But from what I've seen, horror movies make it really obvious when one's coming up. The music was really quiet or spooky, and the character is in a dark place. Indeed, sadly, it's quite a common occurrence with modern horror. There's not much left to your imagination. Can't help but notice that Sayori's been very quiet throughout the discussion Yuri and I are having. Are you okay, Sayori? I don't really have much to say. You two can carry on, I'm fine. She's looking absent-mindedly at the screen. It's unfortunate that the second part of the movie isn't out yet. It's like being able to only read half of the book. Is it fine if the... Is it fine if the lemon has teeth? Is it fine if the lemon has teeth? What kind of lemon has teeth? I'm very intrigued, yet also very concerned. No normal lemon has teeth. But I guess it would be fine. Oh god, now I'm curious. I can't read that. I couldn't at the beginning either. You get used to it, don't worry. You get used to it. Because this is like the, what was it, the third stream you've come? And by now I feel like I've slowly gotten used to that text, even though it is still a little bit harder to read than normal. The second part is about how the characters come back to fight the clown when they're adults, right? Indeed, that's where the plot really shines. Anyway, I have some errands to be getting on with, so I'm going to have to leave. Thank you both. By the way, I really appreciate it. That's okay, Yuri. I hope you're feeling better. Yuri turns to me. Oh, what did you tell her? My face grows hot. In my haste, I reassure Sayori that something was going on between Yuri and I totally forgot that Yuri's confession was kind of like confidential. Oh yeah, sorry I did. Yuri, I didn't realize it was private. What's the name of the language? Of what language? Of that text? I think it's called... Isn't it called lead speak to use characters that are similar to the basic characters but not quite them? Isn't that called lead speak? Or something like that? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah? Okay. It's okay, I suppose it's only fair that there's clarity between two who live in a relationship. Need to talk faster. I'm glad that you're so understanding. Anyway, I'll see you two on Monday. Goodbye. See ya. Bye, Yuri. As Yuri leaves, I turn to Sayori. She's looking a little rueful. I hope you were right about therapy, Code. I'm dreading tomorrow. It's going to be just fine, don't worry. I hope so. I should probably get going as well. I'll see you tomorrow. And with a wave, she departs as well. I got... Got an alphabet if... I got an alphabet if need be. There we go. I personally don't need one right now because I'm starting to get better at it, but I can see how that would be helpful. As my eyes slowly open, I can't help but feel nervous about how today will go. Can only imagine how nervous Sayori is. It's such a big step for her to just hope it goes well. After hopping out of bed, I start my morning routine, trying to think of a good way to keep myself occupied until her session is over. So we're not with her this time. As I am trying to distract myself on my computer, my mind wanders over to how Sayori must be doing right now. As I've never needed it myself, I have absolutely no clue what therapy is like. I feel a little uneasy, a given, seeing as I am putting all my faith in someone I've never met before. So much uncertainty. So much I don't know about her depression. With a pang of guilt, I remember how there were a few years where we didn't talk at all. And those were the years where she probably needed me the most. Ugh. I rarely rub my face, growing even more impatient for her session to end. The doorbell rings, and upon opening the door, I'm greeted by Sayori. A look of uncertainty and nervousness plastered on her face. After a quick kiss, I eagerly lead her back to the sofa. Don't want to be too pushy, but I can't really stand the wait any longer. Me neither. And someone, hi! What's going on? Sorry if I'm reading this a little bit quickly right now, but we're trying to catch up because we've had a lot of reoccurring dialogue right now that I can't skip, so I have to speed read it to get some progress done. So in case you're wondering what we're doing right now, we're trying to get the bad ending on the Sayori route, and so we're trying to ruin our relationship with her. And then we'll move on to get a happy relationship going with Monika, as much as possible at least. And yeah, nothing much going on for you. The ... say otherwise. And yeah, Ducky's here too. Hope you can enjoy your time on the stream. I really do. So how did it all go? It was okay, I guess. She doesn't elaborate, so I decide to try a different angle. Well, what's the therapist like? Are they good? Yeah, I guess he's alright. His name is Dr. Satoshi. He's patient, and he was pretty gentle. That's funny, I thought you were the patient. Please ignore my very horrible puns, okay? That's great news. Have a sigh of relief. This was precisely the kind of description I was hoping to hear, yet she smiles wanly, but she's not in as good a mood as she was on the previous attempt. So this is going downhill. Which is exactly what I want. I want this to be going downhill. I want to ruin this relationship. She smiles wanly. Yeah, he's definitely better than the last one I had. Not that that's saying much. But hey, let's focus on the present, eh? I nudge her, trying to maintain my facade of positivity. On the inside, however, I'm just as nervous and worried as she is. He was gentle? Who was gentle? On the inside, however, I'm just as nervous and worried as she is. Yeah. She trails off into silence. Normally, I'd press it, but I figure she has a lot on her mind after the session. Hey, Sayori? Yeah? Why don't we play something? We don't have enough people for a board game, though. Nah, I don't mean board games. Remember when we used to play video games together when we were kids? I've always found video games as a really good way to escape reality. Last year, when I was really lonely, found it helped me to take my mind off things. Plus, there's some games that I have that I really think you might enjoy. Again, we got a little bit of new dialogue, but now I think we're back on track of dialogue we've seen before, and we still can't skip it, so I'm very upset by that. She sits up, looking very grateful that I decided not to push her mood. Yeah, that would be fun. What were you thinking of? As it turns out, I still have some of the games we used to play. Do you remember Banjo-Kazooie? Didn't I have a question on that when we played Trivial Pursuit? Yup, that's the one. Let's give it a whirl. As I was hoping, gaming has proven to be a wonderful way to get her mind off therapy. She's truly lost in the colorful, immersive world, with all her face scrunched up in determination. First, she wasn't very good at the game, struggling with the controls, getting lost, and generally being unsure what she's meant to do. Although after a few pointers from me, she really started to pick it up and was soon getting the hang of it. Are you thinking you should hang out? Here we go, there's more of these puns. But we've had these Sayori puns before. We all know them. And... well, now Sayori can hang out with her therapist. Not a pun? Wait. What are you talking about then? We're thinking you should hang out. Not a pun. Alright then, okay. That's what you're saying, huh? Ever heard fart with IRL? Turning dark already? Absolutely. But is that saying, ever heard of fart with echo IRL? I have not, and I'm not sure I want to be honest. Not sure I want to, but I haven't, to answer your question, if I read it correctly. Again, sometimes I'm just assuming that I read it correctly, but it's still possible for me to make mistakes. I know, shocker, right? I can make mistakes, oh no. Sarah can be really good at things when she puts her mind to it. It's almost uncanny how skilled she can be, especially as a contrast against the airhead vibe she can usually give off. Aha! I knew I'd find the jigsaw piece here. I laugh, it looks like she's having a great time. And it's heartwarming to see her so happy, even if it's over just a video game. Nothing will ever beat seeing Sayori smiling. You'll never know just how cute you are, Sayori. Huh? Just seeing you happy makes me so happy. And I swear that nothing will ever change that. Aww. Not that I'm complaining or anything, but where did all this come from? Truth be told, I'm not exactly sure. Part of me thinks it's my guilty conscience. In some strange way, I guess I'm trying to compensate for that huge gap in our friendship history. What if we never had drifted apart? Would I still be trying to help her through her depression? Code? Are you there? You're looking kinda sad. What's up? Her bright smile does nothing for my guilt. I'm sorry, Sayori. What are you sorry for, silly? I've only probably begun to hang out with you not too long ago, right? Around September? Yeah? She pauses the game and sets the controller down, sensing urgency in the situation. And you've been depressed for a long time, but I wasn't there for you. We drifted apart, all because of what? Because I was an idiot who prioritized gaming and anime over my best friend. Can't even imagine how hard things were for you when we weren't even talking. Code, none of that is your fault. She gently takes my hands in hers. And part of me thinks that, well, had I made more of an effort with you back then, perhaps us drifting apart didn't cause me to be depressed, Code. Truthfully, I don't really know why I developed depression. There's a lot I don't know about my condition, but one thing I know is that it doesn't really need a reason. That's what my doctor said the last time I tried therapy, so please, don't you ever think that you somehow contribute to my depression, okay? You're like the polar opposite. When I'm with you, I'm happy. You make me feel like I'm actually worth something, even though my brain tries really hard to tell me that you're lying. Yeah, but that's in the present. What about in the past? When there were years of where we didn't hang out at all. I actually had this conversation with Monika once. It's normal for friendships to be like that, I think. You go a long time without talking to someone, but if you reconnect with them and you can both get along as if nothing ever happened, did anything really change? I pause upon hearing her words. I guess she does have a point, but I'm finding it hard to internalize. She reaches forward and strokes my face, gently lifting my chin up, so we maintain eye contact. I really wish I could read even faster, but I don't know. I don't think I can. The way I see it, we get along just as well now as we did when we were kids. Besides, what happened in the past is in the past. If anything, the time apart made me appreciate the time I do spend with you even more. Well, I'm glad you feel that way, Sayori, I really am. It's just, well, going to therapy today made me realize the reality of your depression, and it made me reflect on how much I've been absent in your life. I didn't mean to spring this on you, but out of the blue like that, especially when you wanted to take your mind off therapy, it was just pretty inconsiderate of me. It's okay, it really is. I'm just glad that we can talk these things out, you know? You've been really patient with me, so it's the least I can do for you. And I'd much rather we talked about whatever's all this year than you bottling up. After all, bottles are meant to be shared, right? Can't help but laugh, that was clever, if you say so. I do. Seriously, Cole, please don't blame yourself for anything, okay? I've been much happier since you came back into my life. I've gone so many years thinking that this was something I'd have to bear alone. But I have to admit that it's nice not having to be through this by myself. Why do you have peppers? Why do I have chili peppers in my hair? Those aren't chili peppers, that's my hair. Oh no. I mean, oh crap! No, but I see it. I see the resemblance. But that's just my hair. That's just the hair. Those aren't chili peppers, okay? Wow, that's the first time someone said. Okay then. You know what? Sure, if that's what you want to believe, be free to make that your headcanon. But that's not the case. Oof. Yeah, oof indeed. Big oof. She squeezes my hand. Besides, can't really change the past, can we? Yeah, I guess you're right. You really do have such a big heart, you know that? Nothing ever changed with you. And that's never going to change. It's moments like these that really bring out a warm, fuzzy feeling inside me. I never felt anything like this before, but it feels so right. So why can't I skip this? The skip button isn't lit up. But we've seen this dialogue before. This should be skippable. Now, think we have some jigsaws to collect, don't you think? Of course, let's get back to the game, shall we? She reaches for the controller and starts playing once more. Moments a whisk away to a world of childhood memories. The feel of her warmth in my arms, the sound of her innocent laughter, and the smell of her hair. The little voice of guilt remains, but now it's easier to ignore it. Before we know it, the later hours of the evening have arrived. Man, time really flies when you're having fun, doesn't it? Especially when you're gaming. I can't remember the amount of times I've lost track of time during a hardcore gaming session, especially a session that goes well into the night. Okay, change of plans. Once this day is over, I'm just gonna not even read the text anymore, but rather skip ahead manually, if the skip button doesn't want to work, until I see something that looks like it's new. And then we'll go back to reading it. Because this is just wasting time right now. Siri stands up, yawning and stretching as she does so. Oh, it's super late already. And tomorrow's school day as well. No fun. Tell me about it. Monday mornings are the absolute worst. Not even Sakurai can save them. I just want another break. We just had our Christmas one. I know. Oh well. Anyway, I should get going. Oh, leaving so soon? My attempt at pulling puppy dog eyes causes her to laugh and shake her head. But it's late. I reach toward her and pull her into an embrace, in a playful attempt to stop her from leaving. I push her back onto the sofa, wrapping my arms tightly around her body. You've fallen into my grand trap. Now there's no escape. Ah, you caught me. Whatever can I do? Nothing. My mastermind plan is absolutely foolproof. Is it Sayori-proof? What do you... Her lips meet mine, and immediately I'm taken away into another world. Man, it's almost scary how powerful the sensation is whenever we kiss. No fair. Are you complaining? If you prefer, I could just... Her tone is innocent and playful. Not kiss you again? Hey, I didn't say that. Okay. You win. But there's one thing you didn't prepare for. Oh, and what could that be? I quickly boop her on the nose. Boop. Ah? Surprise sneaky boops aren't allowed. Oh, but surprise sneaky kisses are? You had me trapped. It was self-defense. So was my boob. This isn't over, Meanie. Looking forward to our rematch, then. I reach over and check my phone. It's almost midnight. As much as I hate to admit it, we probably should call it a day. Although having said that, an idea just popped into my mind. Okay, Sayori, how about... Now, we know this doesn't matter. This choice absolutely doesn't matter, but I'll walk her home anyway. Actually, you know what? Maybe it does matter. This doesn't sound like the bad ending. I know it's too similar to the good one right now. As I said, this text is all repeat from the other options I chose. Is it actually possible to get a bad ending with Sayori? Or is she just completely foolproof? She might be, honestly. I think she very well might be. If not, that's something. That's some. Pain. There. That's some thick. If not, that's some thick paint there. Oh, you're still talking about my hair, huh? Chunks of hair sticked into Chunks of hair sticked into one. Well. If not, that's some thick paint there. Chunks of hair sticked into one. I mean, chunks of hair, well, groups of hair. How do I say this? Multiple hairs grouping together isn't that unusual, I think. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit more exaggerated for me, I know that, but still. Oh no, the views are dropping, we need to make progress. I'll walk you home. Aren't you the gentleman? So yeah, we've just seen this, okay. See you tomorrow, sweet dreams, I kiss her goodnight, I turn to leave, code, yeah. Can you stay? Okay. We've seen this. Just the stream, actually. Won't you be cold? Good night, plant a kiss. This is just the same ending, isn't it? If it's the same ending, then I give up. I'm just gonna assume that she's foolproof. Out of sleep, or what appears to be sobbing, slowly. Yeah, no, same. Yeah, her nightmare. This is all the same dialogue. Why is it not skippable? Does our choice actually not make a difference and they just reuse dialogue without actually making it skippable? Because that's stupid. Yeah, on the ground with a look of vacancy. I don't know why I'm like this. Telling me that you'd be partner of Yuri. You know what? I think I'm just gonna give up. Actually, hang on. I'm gonna try something. Skip unseen text. We're doing this. We're gonna be skipping ahead now for quite a bit. Oh. There actually was. Now I need to go into history and check the dialogue again. I could come with you to your therapy sessions. I feel like that's going back on track to the good ending. But we're going with the upper one. She's gonna go through this alone. So let's check the history real quick just to see what we missed. To do is hurt you. Don't worry about that. I knew something. Next, a quick fix. I was getting into. Well, I say that, but now I realize I had no idea what I signed up for when I made Sayori my girlfriend. Can see it in your face. You're eager for it to be cured. Is that so wrong? She gave a short, humorless laugh. Of course it isn't. I disappointed you when I told you that I didn't want to carry on with therapy, right? Okay then. We got the gist of it. She wants to, she pretty much gave up on therapy, and now we want her to give it another chance. Alright, reach out and squeeze her hand. Look, now it must be really scary for you. I totally see why you're feeling the way you are. But this is the only way you're going to get better. Might be a rough start, but that's kind of expected, right? The important thing is that you're at least trying. And I'll always be there to support you. But I won't go to therapy with you to support you. Not going anywhere, Sayori. Especially not to therapy. No matter how many therapists we have to go through. Doesn't look happy in the slightest. I hate having to push her into this. Tell myself that it has to be done, but it doesn't make me feel any better. You're already doing so well, and it means a lot to me that you're even trying. She sighs and slowly nods. Okay. Though part of me feels relieved, that horrible, overwhelming feeling of not knowing what I'm doing doesn't grow any weaker. To know what the right thing to do is. I mean, I kind of know. But I'm doing the wrong thing on purpose. Sayori's latest nightmare. I wish I could say things were steadily improving, but not much has changed. The only good news is that she's prescribed antidepressants, so I'm really hoping a positive difference. On the other hand, I've been a few days where Sayori's depressive moods became a little more apparent in school. Missed a few days, and the two things combined have caused other club members to become a little suspicious. Expressed their concern, but Sayori's mental walls remained firm. Feel bad about how in the dark the girls were, but it isn't my position to tell them what's going on. Wish I could, because I don't feel like I'm making any progress with Sayori, and not having any more to talk to about it is becoming harder and harder. Hopefully Sayori will be comfortable telling the girls of her in her own time. So, I had other things to worry about, given it's now February. Talk to students about their future plans. After lesson ends, yeah, I think this is all repeat dialogue again. Maybe here. In the club. Lucky I still don't know what I want to do. Told him to go to university. We've seen this stuff. So much attention to Sayori. I try to deflect the curiosity. How about you, Yuri? No, we've seen this stuff. Nothing new in the club right now. But you don't know. Maybe she will actually say something. Just going to power through this. Just kind of tired. It's all. Don't worry about me. Yeah, we've nothing new. Corridor, waiting for Sayori to finish. Along the way, I bump into Monika. We know what this is. Yes. Yeah. Maybe Sayori will have new dialogue. Sorry I'm late. It's okay, let's go. To make our way home, Sayori is unnaturally quiet. Not a fan of this awkward tension. Speaking of awkward, I know it's awkward to just be skipping through a lot of text, but we've seen this before, and I actually want to explore a little bit of different stuff today, and I'm not sure if I'll have the time if we're just gonna have to replay the good ending over again, you know, without any new content. Or without much. Monika seemed a bit snappy today, don't you think? What? You know, during lunch, don't you remember? She kind of told me off for having given my future not much thought. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention. Yeah, I don't know what's up with her. The conversation trails off once more. She's worried about you, you know. She asked about you just now. The girls can all tell there's something going on. Have you thought about telling them about your... No. Taken aback by the strong tone in her voice. It's also rare that she interrupts me. Why not? Shouldn't you know this by now, Code? It was hard enough telling you. If I tell 3 more people, that means 3 more people have to worry about me. It's not worth it. But please, can we just leave it at that? The past few days have been really hard, so I really don't want to go into it. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I think this is new. Try to keep the bitter disappointment out of my voice. By this point, I was hoping that Sayori would be a little more receptive when it comes to talking about her depression. What would be the... game for... What would be the fitting game for Natsuki? Huh? Hangman with Sayori, for example. What would be the fitting game for Natsuki? Hangman for with Sayori, for example. Well then, I mean, if we're talking like casual games, since she's malnourished, I don't know, Hungry Hippos? Something like that. But that's like, if we're talking like casual games you can play in groups, then maybe. But that's also very childish. And Robmaster, hi. How's it going? We meet again. We meet again indeed. I hope you enjoy me purposefully screwing up. Was a while, wasn't it? Kind of was. I hope you're gonna enjoy me screwing up Sayori's character out intentionally, because that's what we're doing before we go into the Monika stuff here. Let's go, but your laptop can give heat 90 degrees Celsius. Well then, I'm not sure that's healthy for a laptop, but as long as it's keeping you warm, I guess. And even 3 months after I first found out, her walls are still strong. That's what I want. I want her walls to remain strong. Until she's dead. Still don't know what I'm doing. Every suggestion feels like a wild shot in the dark. Anyway, I have so much homework to be catching up on. But anyway... yes. But anyway, I need to get this Sayori fail on the road. Because I think we're all wanting to see what Monika's up to. Completed Monika before story true ending. Well then, congrats on the true ending. Meanwhile, I'm still stuck in Blue Skies. But again, this is the final stream of Blue Skies. Probably. Most likely. But yeah, I do know I still have the list of mods I should potentially visit in the future. But I have other stuff to play too, so I can't jump into another DDLC mod right after this is over. My apologies for anyone who wanted to see another DDLC mod right away. But I feel like taking a break from the game will just make my excitement be all the bigger when I get back into it. 10 GB of mods. More than half. Anyway, what mods do you have? As of now, still just this one. Again, I played Monika After Story at some point, long ago, but not on stream. And that doesn't really have a concrete ending. And now this, so yeah, that's about it. But as for the list, well, you'll have to wait and see. Actually, you know a lot of the stuff that's on my list, don't you? After I got a bunch of recommendations from you specifically, if I remember correctly. Monika After Story, the best I gave her a ring. Well, look at you go. Look at you go. So I'll see you tomorrow. You can do it around mine if you want. I could help you. No, it's okay. We'd only get distracted anyway. Oh. Okay then. Move forward to give her a goodbye kiss, but she's already gone. Trying and failing to fight off the disappointment and sadness flying through me, I make my way home. Yes, yes, it's finally happening. We're ruining our relationship. Finally. Finally. And as I do, I can't help but wonder if dating Sayori was a good idea. So I'm trying to take my mind off today's events with some anime on my phone ring. Oh mom, I haven't spoken to her in ages. I'm preparing myself for a lecture. Hello, stranger. Hey, Mom. I almost forgotten what your voice sounded like. I wince. Yeah, I saw this coming a mile away. I'm sorry, I really am. I sigh. Should have called you sooner, it's just... Wow. Streams... really are... like... Streams really are like buses. One time nothing, and now there's 3 at once. I mean, yeah, it's I'm always glad when there's multiple people, but to be fair about this, sometimes there's nothing. That's not entirely true anymore. All my streams get at least one person to talk in chat. I am never really alone during my streams. I was earlier on, but nowadays I always have at least someone to talk to. It takes some time in the beginning, but yeah. Came back to complete the Blue Sky Sayori route. Never thought I would hear someone say that. Like the ones with the buses? Also, Blue Sky Sayori route, yeah, I mean, I've completed it. I've completed it already, but, you know, trying to get the bad ending now. Or at least a neutral one. So, on my way to ruining our relationship here. try to make it every time. And I'm very glad for that. Doki Doki mods are amazing. 58. Well then. I mean, I get it. Then again, not all of them are amazing, of course, but a lot of them. Should have called you sooner, it's just there's a lot going on. She chuckled slightly. Ah yes, starting to see how having a girlfriend isn't easy, huh? You could say that. And how are you coping with her depression? Is she seeing a doctor or anything? Yeah, we're coping fine. She's in the midst of therapy. That's wonderful news. Yeah, it is. Code? Yeah. Her tone became very gentle very quickly. The change throws me off guard for a second. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm fine. Come on, sweetheart. What's happened? It's nothing that won't blow over by itself. Brain be like, this was a useful piece of information. Anyway, I mean, that's how I often am when I'm trying to make progress. I absorb the information my chat gives me and jump back into the game. So yeah, you're incredibly right about that. And Min, hey, what's going on? Glad to see you could come. Gonna be lurking. That is entirely fine, as always. Appreciate you coming to hang out. Really do. I haven't been able to watch too much of your last streams because I was kind of trying to experience the new Genshin update for myself as well, and I felt like jumping into your streams like that would kind of just give away a little bit of the surprises it might have to offer. I still jumped in a little bit and was lurking, didn't really say anything, to be honest. But I didn't stick around for too long because, well, for the reasons I just said. But I completed, I think, the most important parts of the new update. So I probably will be sticking around next time you stream again. This is a moment before part that I am in or past it. Well. Quick question. Since you're saying you're trying to finish the Sayori route too, which choice did you pick when she went to therapy? Like, did you decide to go with her, or did you decide to send her off alone? Because depending on which one you picked, you might get the alternate ending here. If you picked the exact same thing I did, then you might want to leave if you want to experience it blind. Woof. Alright then, I did that. We're currently... But now we're replaying it and sending her off alone. So, there you go. Now you can see what would have happened if you didn't go with her. So you can experience this and then go back to your good ending. Well, that was a barefaced lie. I'm really getting better at this, aren't I? Was it an argument? Yeah, let's go with that. Well, you're not giving me much to work off, but in my experience, fights are normal in a relationship. I'm sure you'll both be fine, just give it some time. My mind flashes back to how things have been recently. The nightmares, her refusing to talk to the other girls, her walls remaining as strong, not willing to discuss her future. My vision becomes a little blurry, and I hastily reach up to wipe away the tear that has suddenly rolled down my face. Takes all of my mental fortitude not to sniffle. If Mom heard me crying, there's no way she'd let me hang up until she got to the bottom of it. Temporarily putting the phone on mute, clear my throat and take a deep breath. Yeah, hopefully. First relationships are a little daunting. Anyway, Sakura was talking to me earlier about my plans for after high school. Crazy to think that I'm almost at that stage of my life. You don't stay young forever, I'm afraid. What did you tell him? I wasn't sure, in all honesty. I said I'd probably go to university, but I wasn't sure what I wanted to study. Guess it decrypted the Doki Doki files. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it? I mean, then again, I feel like multiple people have done that before. So, yeah. You wanted... Or do you mean who decrypted them first? Because that I don't know. Anti-cheat in Doki Doki and deleted it. Oh. Well then. You wanted me to go to history, but that's a given. Good choice, analytical too, would definitely help you find a job. Yeah, that's true, I don't want to pick too soon though, especially as I haven't even finished my second year yet. Of course, honey, but it never hurts to think about your future. What does Sayori want to do? It still works. The game or the anti-cheat still works even after being deleted. Lump forms in my throat as I remember that Sayori didn't once participate in that conversation. Even Natsuki, of first year, did. Oh, I don't know. We haven't really spoken about it. You two are just like each other. Game. Alright then. Imagine if the anti-cheat still worked after being deleted. That would mean there's a second anti-cheat hidden beneath the first one. Well, I'm sure you'll both figure it out together. Oh, and I've been meaning to tell you, we managed to finish dealing with this difficult client a little earlier than expected, so I'll be able to come home soon. My heart races. Finally, some good news amongst all of the doom and gloom that's been defining my life over the past few weeks. If I'm lucky, Sayori will be dead by the time she comes home. Try to keep Doki Doki alive even after 20 years. Well, try to keep the game more alive than most of its cast, okay? Really? It'd be great to see you again. I missed you a lot. I've missed you too. I've always felt guilty about not being there for you. Don't have to worry about that, Mom. Work is work. Not much you can do about that. I know. Motherly instincts, I suppose. Anyway, how... The sound of a voice calling her name cuts through the call. Damn. About the keeping the game more alive than the characters? I mean, gotta try. Gotta try. No, I was really hoping I'd get to talk to you for a little longer, but unfortunately I've got to go. See you soon, okay? By the way, don't forget that it's Valentine's Day coming up, so I want to hear about how you treated Sayori like a princess, okay? Love you, Code. Bye. Bye. Suddenly her voice got more masculine. Love you too, Mom. See you soon. And with a click, I'm left alone once more. At least I feel better after talking to Mom. It's reassuring to know that even though she's miles and miles away, she's still able to cheer me up. Although I have a new worry. Valentine's Day. I've never done anything for it before, so planning some kind of romantic activity is beyond me. I'll shoot all of the girls tomorrow. Now, after some years, Python might evolve, so maybe there will be a possibility to make actual AI, so I would make an actual endless mod. I mean, I could imagine that would be nice. There are a lot of learning algorithms out there that learn by talking to people to actually have conversations. I know they're not particularly great right now, but imagine a time when they are actually more advanced and you could load one up to basically be a proper Monika AI, you know? That sort of stuff. Imagine. We'll get there at some point. Pretty far off probably though. It's hard to follow hundreds of It's hard to follow hundreds of streamers. Alright then, I get that that's probably pretty hard. Thanks for coming by anyway, really appreciate it, and well, despite it being very hard, I hope you'll still be able to come back at some point. And I really appreciate every little message you leave in chat. After Sarah explains the morning task and settles down to mark some papers, I pull out my textbooks, trying to muster up the motivation to do what he asked. Each passing day, the ugly reality of how depression can warp someone gets stronger and stronger. If I make Monika AI and teach her all the things that Monika knows and give her personality, I mean, just gotta be careful not to have any other waifu. If you have any waifu other than Monika, you're gonna be in some deep shit if you actually have a working Monika AI. It's becoming harder and harder to cope with Sayori's behavior. I'm starting to think I should have gone with her to therapy. You should have, but you didn't. I'm mindlessly fiddling with my pen when I feel an elbow nudge into my ribs. What do you want? Amy stares at me, hurt. She clearly wasn't expecting that sort of response. Force a smile and attempt an apology, but she's already turned away. Sakurai is also looking at me with a sigh. I reluctantly turn back to my textbooks. already wanting the day to be over. After the bell finally rings, I make my way over to the club room, determined not to repeat what just happened with Emmy. Time to put on a happy mask. Oh no, we're becoming a second Sayori. I wonder who I learned that from. Yeah, even he realizes it. Morning, Yuri. Yuri is in the classroom. Yuri is the classroom's only inhabitant. There's a new book in her hands, and at the sound of my voice, she places a bookmark in it and looks up. Hello. It's nice to see you again. How have you been? Yeah, pretty good. Can't believe it's already February. Feels like the year is really flying, don't you think? She nods. What's that you're reading there? It's a rather old gothic ghost story that creates a gripping sense of dread and uncertainty. Sounds cheery. What's it about? Essentially, a young governess is hired to look after two young children, a boy and a girl, at the family's country house. What is it with horror stories and young children? Eventually, she starts seeing two figures of a man and woman she doesn't recognize skulking around the house. What's strange is that they come and go at will, and their presence is never picked up by any of the other inhabitants at home. Worse still, her predecessor, along with another male employee, used to spend a lot of time with the children, well, before their deaths. I will make other characters so Monika won't be lonely. But here comes the hard part. How to make an AI change. PG to current situation, and how to make AI have experience in background with other AI in the same time. Need a powerful PC and a lot of monitors. Yeah. Powerful PC, multiple monitors, a lot of experience in creating them. It'll definitely take some time, both to actually make it, and it'll take some time for the technology to get there, so we're able to actually properly create something like that. But to be honest, considering how fast progress is coming along in today's day and age, on it each PG. Well, or here comes the or. The current governess suspects that the children are actually aware of the supposedly supernatural figures. One monitor for 4. But they would be smaller. I mean, that also works. But you have to remember, it's still... Talking about that now is all nice and good. But we probably won't be experiencing technology to get that far for quite a bit. But it might very well happen within our lifetimes. But it's always dangerous to mess with AI. You should know that, right? Everyone should know that. Yeah. Hear the club door open, but I'm too engrossed by the story to pay it much attention. It's gonna be Sayori, and we're not paying attention to her. Yes! Ruin this relationship by any means necessary. A huge theme of the story is whether the figures are real or just a figment of the governor's imagination. Paranoia, uncertainty, insanity, and dread. Ah, so the kind of story that really sticks in your head, huh? Can you lend me the book once you're done? Oh, of course. Oh, hello, Sayori. I didn't hear you come in. I look around. True enough, there she is. It's okay, don't worry about it. An element of tension is immediately evident in the room. Yuri looks confused, as the cheeriness she's used to with Sayori is painfully absent. She looks questioningly at me, but I avert my eyes. The silence stretches on, becoming more awkward by the moment. I am praying for the other two to walk in. After what feels like hours, my prayer is finally answered as Natsuki and Monika slide in. Now that there's 5 of us, the atmosphere grows noticeably less tense. Conversation flows between all of us, well, except with Sayori. I guess this is to be expected. After my final lesson is over, I tentatively make my way to Sayori's classroom. Not looking forward to it, but we really have to confront the elephant in the room. Hey Sayori, ready to walk home? Yeah. Let's go. I mean, I wouldn't give him access. Make a bot, not AI. Transfer some things from the current internet, their world, or I could do that manually. Again, we have to look forward to when that time actually comes. Despite everyone saying that the future is now, it's still not quite there. The walk home is proving to be just as awkward as lunch. Eventually I decide to bite the bullet. Sayori, please talk to me. About what? About whatever's bothering you. I know you're not okay, the others saw it too. I have a fairly shrewd suspicion as to what's causing her mood to be like this, but I want to see if she'll open up to me without me having to state it. Future is always in the future, absolutely, no matter how much people like to say otherwise. Nothing, I just had a bad couple of lessons, that's all. Well, that was a naive thought. Almost dreading the response, I finally ask her what I've wanted to ask since lunch. It's eerie, isn't it? She doesn't say anything but carries on walking, deliberately not maintaining eye contact. I sigh, I was really hoping this wasn't the case. We've been over this, Sayori, she's just a friend, that's all. Again, no reply, but from the way a pained look flickers over her features, she's basically said all she needs to say. You know, I'd never do anything to betray your trust, right? I reach out for her hands. I'm always surprised that she lets me. So you are my girlfriend, not Yuri, and there's a good reason for that. And I know things haven't been going well recently, but I'll get better. It'll get better. Every couple has these moments, right? You said something earlier. Have an idea. Waifu fight. You know what? That actually sounds kind of interesting. Could imagine that being a lot of fun. Only the one true waifu will remain. I guess you're right. Sorry, I've just really not been in much of a mood to talk recently. I need some time to myself, so I'll see you later. Get the feeling that she wasn't even listening to anything I was saying. Pull her in for a kiss, well, a desperate attempt to reassure myself that she'd still want to. She does kiss me back, but it doesn't feel the same. Honestly, it feels rather mechanical, and I get the impression she's just going through the motions. Monika deletes the competition. Yes! I mean, she would. She totally would. If you were to make DDLC-themed AIs based off of their what they're like in the game, and give Monika a similar role of authority, then yeah, she definitely would just delete the competition. She's slipping away from me, and I don't know how much more of this I can stand. As I watch her disappear into the house, a new emotion starts to surface. Anger. I am angry. Very angry. Meh. Half tempted to charge in after her and demand she talks to me, but no, I'm painfully aware of what happened the last time we were in an emotional moment and I flew off the handle. Force myself to try and think positively. It was Valentine's Day, so perhaps if I take her out for a romantic day, it might reignite the spark that's been dying out between us. Reignite. God damn it, I can't read. Angy, very angry, and also hi cringe kid. How is it going? Hope you had a great day so far. Despite my best efforts, I know it probably won't work. So I have to try. But yeah, protagonist currently very angry. Very angry with Sayori. Let's ruin this relationship. Come on, we can do this. We can ruin this relationship. And then we can hang out with Monika for all eternity. I wake up feeling bleary and drained. Man, I did not get a good night's sleep last night. Sleep just would not come to me no matter how much I tossed and turned. My thoughts were relentless. My brain refused to switch off no matter how tired I felt. I reach over and check my phone. The time surprises me. It's much later than I thought it would be. Why do I still feel so drained? Sitting up, I stretch and yawn, briefly pausing to contemplate what Sayori and I could do today. Guess we could just go to the park, or I don't know, a nice restaurant in town. We could go for a wander. Doing my best to reassure myself that this is an idea worth entertaining, I head to the bathroom and start my morning routine. Morning, Sayori! Or is it afternoon? Oh, Code. What are you doing here? I frown at her. What kind of greeting is that? The expression on her face doesn't change. What do you mean? I'm your boyfriend and it's Valentine's Day today. I thought we should do something romantic together. Anything you want, I'm down for it. I smile at her, praying that this attempt to get through to her is somehow more successful than the previous attempts. Make a normal world. I try to make a bot that downloads sheet, make the Doki's world bigger and create AIs. Random personality wouldn't give her very big options, so she could make small changes like teleport, change clothes, but I wouldn't give her option to delete others. But I would try to add VR. VR is always a good choice. The more you talk about the potential future like that, and what you would do, what we all probably we all would do if we could create a virtual girlfriend of some kind. Kind of sad that that's not possible right now. But VR is always helpful. Have to admit that. Hang out with your waifus. Yeah, hang out. Especially with Sayori. She looks away, causing my heart to sink. It's okay, I'm not really in the mood to do anything today. Ah, great. That response again. Have to make a very conscious effort not to glare at her. Does she not realize how annoying she's being? Yes, yes, start hating her. Didn't realize the joke, well. If you say hanging, and you're talking about Doki Doki, then most people will see it as a pun. But yes, the protagonist is starting to hate her. Guys, we're making progress. This is going so far down the wrong path, and I'm here for it. Taking a quick deep breath, I force myself to try and rationalize her behavior. Did you have a therapy session today? No. Oh, it's the next one, out of curiosity. You haven't really mentioned it. She looks at the floor as she replies. I'm reminded of what conversations are like with Natsuki. I've stopped going. He needs to make Sayori use rope so he can use the flag. That laugh scares me. My laugh shouldn't scare you. It is perfectly fine to have a regular old laugh. There's nothing to be afraid of. Absolutely nothing. Now come join me. No, I can't be intimidating no matter how hard I try. Then again, maybe it was slightly intimidating, probably just cringy. But cringe kids should all know about being cringy. If you're still here. What? Why? I told you. Demonic laugh intensifies. I will ruin your relationship. No, you didn't. I was hoping you'd pick up on it, Code. Pick up on what? I never wanted to go. But I gave it a try, for your sake. I even told you that I didn't like how scary it was, and how it reminded me of last time I tried it. Yes. 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 Just yes. We both knew it wouldn't be easy. And I know it must be difficult, but you just have to keep at it. Yes, force her to do stuff she doesn't want. This is perfect. I've heard all this before. What you just said and what you're probably going to say next. How I should just stick it out and that it'll get better. You know that there are gambling systems and you did what? Gambled away a lot of your money or what? In which case, I'm sorry to hear that. Made one streamer restart. Restart everyone's points. Restart everyone's points. Well, that, you know, that couldn't happen here because I don't have any channel points right now. But depending on how well my streams are going, they might be coming very quickly. Capped 2 times. But yeah. Again, channel points coming probably soon. But I Wait, what? Huh? Restart every... I'm at one streamer, restart everyone's points. Not channel points? What? Then what? What do you mean everyone's points? In that case, I'm not really sure. Just points that aren't worth anything. Oh. Alright then. Well, channel points are worth something, so... Well, they're not worth a lot. But you could trade them in for some nice stuff. When the time comes. The anger that I've been doing my best to contain. Also Sleepy Froggy, thank you very much for following. Appreciate it. Hope to see you sticking around. The anger that I've been doing my best to contain over the past few days is threatening to burst out. Yes! Give in to your anger. Give in to your anger. Let your hatred consume you. Yeah? Well, what am I meant to say, huh? You act like I'm meant to know how to handle something like depression. It's not about what you say, Code, it's about what you do. Or, in your case, what you didn't do. Spit it out, Sayori. I don't have time for these stupid riddles. The number above 51, you get 2 times the points that you gambled. You can imagine how long it took to get that much. Yeah, I think I do. Could take some time. Why? Is Yuri coming to see you later? Wow. Just wow, Sayori. That's low. So that's what this is all about, huh? You're feeling jealous over the fact that I'm spending time with a friend who's feeling lonely. I wish that was all this was about. I guess I was just wrong. About you. About me? I thought you cared. It's like she's taken a knife and plunged it deep into my heart. Why don't you take a knife and plunge it back into hers? No, wait, that's Yuri. The points are named beans. Let's go get those beans. And depression intensifies, that's what we want here. We want her to have the big depresso. Oof, size mega. Yuri's stabby mode intensifies. All things intensify now. Is Monika doing stuff again behind the scenes? Everything's intensifying. Ooh, no. For a moment, I don't even know what to say. Feelings of hurt, anger, surprise, and betrayal course through me, leaving me speechless. You think that I don't care. But I've all but forgotten about what happened the last time I raised my voice at Sayori. Consequences be damned. How can you even say that? Yuri goes stab, stab, stab. Oof counter 3. The oof counter's going up, guys. Let's see how much we can oof this up. How can you even say that? After all I've done for you. You were all for forcing me to go to therapy, weren't you? What did you think? That if you sent me away alone, that I'd magically get better? Of course not. I know it's really fucking difficult for you to believe, Sayori, but yes, I did think you could get better. You never came with me, so tell me, Code, how would you know anything about what therapy is like? Oof counter's going up, oof counter's going up. Just keep that going. Jesus Christ, Sayori, if you wanted me to come with you, that's all you had to say. She closes her eyes and shakes her head. 10, then 9, then 11. I see that oof counter. And I'm curious to see it just go up. It just keeps going. You still don't get it. You still don't get it. I hate asking people to do things for me. I would have thought you'd know that by now. I dropped so many hints about how scary it was, hoping that you'd pick up on them and come with me, but here's a genius idea. Why don't you stop dropping hints and just tell me what it is you want? I'll come with you to the sessions from now on, Jesus. She laughs, but there's no humor to be found. It's a little too late for that. Oh, so you're just going to give up? Just like that? Don't you dare say it like it's that simple, Code. I'm not. You're just not giving it enough of a chance, that's all. You have absolutely no idea what it's like to have depression. And you have no idea what it's like to give so much to someone only for them to throw it right back in your face. I get it, Sayori. I'm this horrible, soulless monster that never once gave a damn about you. Thanks a lot. I was so stupid to ever think that you could make a difference. And I was stupid to think you're the same happy, sweet girl I grew up knowing. Oof, count to infinity, I think we've reached it, yeah. There's no coming back from this. Let's see if she's gonna die. I shouldn't be saying this, I really shouldn't. And with my parting shot delivered, I turn around and slam the door. And we're now going past infinity, apparently. The door may have been loud, but the quiet sound of Sayori sobbing is twice as audible. What a happy note to end this day on. We broke the counter. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. I'm woken by the sound of knocking on my bedroom door. I roll my eyes. Sayori had better not come to apologize because I'm in no mood at all to otherwise talk to her. Go away. Oh wow, it's her. Broken +1. We're going past broken now. We're out of the oof zone, by the way. I think. Not a very nice way to talk to your mother, don't you think? Mom? Good morning to you too. I hastily push the covers off and make my way to the door. With all the heartache going on with Sayori, Mom's return had been completely driven from my mind. Sorry, Mom, I didn't mean that. We share a hug, and I'd be lying if I said it didn't make me feel at least a little better. I thought you were someone else. Someone else? What do you mean? Nothing. She doesn't look convinced. I'll be fine, don't worry. I sniff the air. The familiar, yet long-lost smell of my mom's cooking hits me. Are you making breakfast? You know, I'm not sure what I should be saying about chat anymore. It's just oofs. With the counter increasing. You know, I know that comments are good for the YouTube algorithm, but how valuable is chat for the Twitch algorithm? Because I think if the activity of chat is relevant, then you might actually be just helping me by spamming. Even though, in my rules, I think I said that spam was not encouraged. I'll allow it this time because of the running gag we're doing. And because, well, there's not a lot of other people here who would mind the spam. But generally speaking, it's always nice to refrain from it at least a little bit, unless it's necessary or there's some running gag going on. Just making sure. I'm not that strict anyway. It's not spam. I know, it's different every time. There's a different number at the end. It's a counter, it's not spam. Yep, I made your favorite food. We've got a lot to catch up on, so what better way to do it than over some food? If there will be more people, I won't spam. It's how big the oof can get, yeah, I guess. But there's nothing to oof about right now, is there? I mean, we're out of our conflict. Maybe continue the oof once Sayori comes back. I force a smile. I like the way you think. After a few mouthfuls of Mom's cooking, I'm feeling a little better. But I haven't been able to get Sayori's words out of my head. I thought you cared. Cared? How could she have the nerve to say that? More expressy, less depressy. The face the mom gave, yo. You. Should I really have gone with her to therapy? Maybe you should have. Sayori has no expressy. The poor girl. Maybe it is me who was in the wrong. You're absolutely in the wrong if you want to get along with her, but if you want to ruin the relationship, then you're absolutely in the right, my friend. My dear friend. This is the end. No! No! Don't think like that, Code. Sayori was out of order. Yes, everyone is wrong except me. Don't look so worried. Yeah, they're fine with Sayori. She doesn't phrase it like a question. It's crazy how easily Mom can see through me. No. Just the big fat no. Sayori uses his rope on Macy, dodges random rope, flies in the direction of Sayori. We're just straight up denying everything right now. So yeah, if Sayori tries to rope me in, then I'll turn it around and it won't end well for Sayori. I know I haven't been around much over the past few months, but no matter where I am, I'll always be your mother, Code, and I know you. What happened? I'm tempted to keep this to myself. Is it really worth getting someone else involved in this? Yes, no. And no, it's not worth getting someone else involved. You want to ruin this. What if she takes Sayori's side? Well then, that'll teach you to swallow your pride then, won't it? Shut up. Hey, you're the one arguing with your own conscience. I'm arguing with myself. Even better. Let's not argue with anyone else. Everyone is wrong, including me. Bottling things up never ends well, sweetheart. The problem gets worse and worse if you don't let anyone in. Sharing a problem can be very helpful, even when all the other person can do is just listen. Mom's words made me think, isn't this how I spoke to Sayori back in November, when I tried to get her to open up to me? And it was frustrating being kept in the dark. I sigh. Yeah, we had a fight. About what? Well, I've been finding it really hard to handle her depression over the past few weeks. Things haven't really been going so well between us recently. Can't help but feel like I'm losing her, Mom. Day by day, I don't know how to handle her depression at all. I mean, I do, but I'm choosing to do the exact opposite of what to do. This works. Well, Robmaster 15, certainly... No, it doesn't work apparently. Thanks, Ducky, for pointing it out again. Yes, right, we're in the mood for denial. There are a lot of moods out there that we could be in, but we're in the mood for just denying everything. Thanks, Ducky, for reminding me. I mean, not like I appreciate any reminder. In fact, no, I don't appreciate anything you do right now. I don't appreciate anyone in chat either. Do you really want to watch the stream? Absolutely not. You should leave. Please don't leave. No one's leaving, apparently. I know you warned me about what it would be like, but actually seeing it in person is a whole new experience. Yeah, it's never easy. I'm so sorry, Code. I know this must be hard for you, for both of you. Therapy isn't going well for her either. I was really hoping that would make a difference, but bury my face in my hands. It's not really working. And she had the nerve to blame me. Blame you for what? She said that I should have offered to join her at her therapy sessions, and that it was my fault for not picking up on her signals? I'll go. No, don't go. Please. No. Thanks, James. Deny him. Deny him the right to leave. We're not letting anyone go right now. I won't allow it. Never. He can, he cannot. You're trying to just increase the size of your messages every time, aren't you? No. That no was apparently to he can, so yes, no, he cannot. Yes. Yes, queen. Oh god, I can't believe I said that. Clenched my fist. Like, how was I meant to know? I told her that she should have just told me. But isn't she someone who hates asking for help? What? So this is all my fault for not being a mind reader? It's no one's fault, Code. I didn't mean to sound accusatory. And she feels really jealous over me being friends with Yuri. It's so ridiculous. What do I have to do to make her see that we're just friends? What am I meant to do? That's a lot of yes. I thought we said we were in the mood for denial, not approval. Why am I seeing so much yes variation? And don't tell me no, we're not in the mood for denial. Because that's just... No, that doesn't make sense. We're in the mood for denial. No. No, yes, no. No. It's not as simple as that, sweetheart. Depression makes it really hard to see things rationally. And your friendship with Yuri is no exception, no matter how innocent you might be. Well, that's just ridiculous. Well, that's just ridiculous. I don't know what to do. Sayori doesn't want to spend time with me, so I talk to my other friends. And, you guessed it, Sayori feels bad. It's like I can't do anything right, and I'm sick of it. Stand up to look for my coat. Oh, are you going somewhere? I think some fresh air would do me some good. Oh. Okay, yes, that's a good idea. You'll feel better when you come back. No, we won't. And here I am, back at the very part of this park where Sayori and I first met all of those years ago. Run my hands through my hair, trying to get her words out of my head. Do I care for her? Of course I do. But I was scared. Ever since we started dating, I always had that fear in the back of my mind, the fear that I was getting into something that was beyond me. And as I began to see how pervasive her condition was, yes, it was scary. It's only then that I begin to see the true nature of depression. I like this. I mean, I don't like this at all, right? No, I don't approve of this. Don't approve of chat filling up with more no's than yeses. Absolutely not, no. I deny that. I straight up deny you from using that word again. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. This is my very bad attempt at humor. Look at me. I'm an entertainment channel. Hooray. But to say that I didn't care was over the top. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. But from what I can gather, depression twists the way you see things, right? It changes your perspective on everything. So it's not exactly her fault. Hey, we can't just let her off the hook. Hey, we can't just let her off the hook that easily. Why are you so defensive? Is it because you harbor a guilty conscience? Guilty conscience? Yes, you know, you could have done more for her. Why don't you go to therapy with her? Especially after she made it so obvious how difficult it was. Well, I thought she'd be fine by herself. Didn't think she'd need me. Or is it because you were scared of what you'd find? You thought you'd just send her there and expect everything to get better? You didn't want to face the possibility that the only thing you saw as a fix might not work? She didn't have to say that I didn't care, though. You're really hung up over that, aren't you? Don't you like it? Not just internal monologue, but internal dialogue is always fun, isn't it? Don't answer that. I know the answer's already gonna... I already know the answer's gonna be no. I already know the answer's gonna be no. Yes, she said some stupid stuff, but so did you. No. No. She said some stupid stuff. I'm perfect. I'm without any flaws. What was the last thing you said to her? That she wasn't that lovely girl you grew up knowing. Not the best thing to say to someone suffering from depression, is it? And there's the no. She threw everything I ever did back in my face. I was pissed off. What's so wrong? Is that so wrong? I briefly checked my phone. It's a text from Yuri. The phone goes right back into my pocket. I'm in no mood to read one of her messages. I sigh. I can't argue with my conscience I can argue with my conscience all I want, but nothing will staunch the rising feeling of guilt. And now Sayori's given up on therapy. I was her last hope. She thought I could make a difference. I look around the park, wishing that things could be as easy as they were on the day we first met. I am denying disapproving. There it goes. Well, I am denying your denial of disapproval. Because I didn't realize how much I was expected to support her. But I guess that's what arguments are for, right? You learn from them. Unless you don't. Yeah, if she still wants to be with you, she will. Couples argue all the time, and Sayori isn't the type to bear a grudge. No, but she's the type to kill herself. Might be wise to give her today to cool off, though. I mean, that worked the last time we had an argument. Yeah, but she will be dead the next day. Please let my predictions be right. I just hope we can put this behind us. Oh, you will. You will put this whole relationship behind us. This whole relationship is gonna be behind us all soon. After freshening up and changing into my school clothes, I head downstairs to grab breakfast. No, yes, we're ruining this. Unsurprisingly, Mom is already up typing at her laptop. She looks up as I enter. Morning, Code. Sleep well? About as well as I could, yeah. There's silence as I chew my food. Things will be just fine between you two. I know it. Oh, you're so wrong. I nod along mechanically, not really paying attention. There's only one person I want to talk to today. Once I'm done eating, I stand up and head for the door. See you later. Suddenly, my mom's got a male voice. I am not going to disapprove. Well, that's just rude, isn't it? That's just rude. I feel insulted. By you not disapproving, like everyone else here. Do you have zero consideration for what others feel like? You're completely ruining the mood. I disapprove of that attitude. See you later, Code. Give her a small nod as I leave. I should probably be more receptive to her efforts, but I can't really bring myself to it at the moment. Sayori isn't here, if I'm being honest. I expected it. Dig out my phone and decide to call her instead of texting. Don't pick up, don't pick up, don't pick up. No answer. This is going exactly what I wanted to go. No, no, no. Yes, yes, yes. I am approving of this game right now, and you can disapprove all you want, but this is one thing I have to approve of. I'm disapproving of everything else, though. Everything else gets my blatant disapproval. The thing is, since I'm giving this relationship a disapproval, I have to give approval to ruining the relationship. That's just how it is. I can't disapprove it both. Pace around impatiently, tapping my foot. No! A few minutes pass and Sayori is still nowhere to be seen. I'm very tempted to skip school, but given Mom is home for the time being, that's definitely not a good idea. Reluctantly, I make the walk to school alone, desperately trying to ignore the feeling that I've really caused some irreversible damage. Oh, irreversible is right, my friend. What the fuck? Am I too approving of Sayori potentially being dead? That laugh. I'm glad to see that I can have a somewhat menacing laugh at least. After what feels like an age, my final lesson is over. Eagerly, I rush out of the classroom. Code? Damn it, I was so close to being free. Reluctantly, I turn around. Hi, Monika. Everything alright? You didn't join us for lunch? It's fine. I just had to talk to Sakurai about something. Oh, okay. Anyway, I've gotta get going, so... You're not coming to the club? No. She lowers her eyes. Oh, you're coming to the club, bitch. Get over here. Going to see Sayori, huh? Do not accept disapproving. Well then, actually, you know what? Give me a second. My throat needs to be revived from the dead. Get over here, yes. Absolutely. I mean, come on. She's seeing us. We're obviously not feeling sick, so she's gonna drag us to the club, screaming and kicking. She knows we want to spend time with her next. She just wants to speed things up a bit by dragging us over right now. What? How did you... What the fuck? That smile? The smile? What smile? What do you mean? We're not idiots, Code. I can tell something is going on between you two. She's been missing days of school. You barely spoke to us at lunch and you're looking miserable. No, just no. Oh, I can see that disapproval coming in again. Monika goes / delete Sayori. I mean, yeah, why wouldn't she speed things up? I've already said, her name is in the title. The fact that I've even spent almost 2 hours hanging out with Sayori when the name of the stream is just Monika, that's already blasphemous enough as it is. I mean, seriously, I didn't expect this to take this long. I was thinking we would go through a quick bad ending for Sayori and then jump straight to Monika, and now we're at it for 2 hours. Space room. It's nothing. Try to push past her, but she stands in front of me holding firm. Oh. It's not nothing though, is it? It's not like you to be so secretive. What's it to you? You're a club member, Code. Your well-being is a concern of mine. Monika, that's nice and all, but I really don't have time for this right now. I've gotta go. Hurt flashes through her eyes, but I don't care. No, yes, oof. Truly the most educated of conversations. No, yes, oof. Like it. Like hell am I waiting any longer to talk to Sayori. Sayori? Oh, God. She's alive. Damn it. And the oof counter returns. Or rather, the off counter as it's now called, apparently. She looks up. I'm definitely not detecting any warmth in her eyes. Oh, has she already grown cold? Is she already dead? Holy crap, it's a talking corpse. It's a ghost. What are you doing here? I just wanted to apologize. Sarah doesn't say anything. Look, I was really stupid. I said some really dumb stuff that I definitely didn't mean. She looks away. The atmosphere in the room thickens tenfold. I was terrified that this would be how my apology would be received. She's already dead. Omae wa mu. Shinderu. Less expressy, more depressy, but ignore the less expressy part. Yeah, just gonna ignore that. And you are right. I really don't know what it's like to have depression. And it was naive of me to think that therapy would just magically fix everything. I look at the floor, almost expecting it to magically give me the courage to continue. Please, floor. Encouragement, I summon thee. I just hated being told that I didn't care. I've always felt like the whole situation was really overwhelming as it is, and I was trying my best, so... Anyway, it's not really an excuse. I shouldn't have said that you weren't who I thought you were. I'm sorry, I really am. Floor gang! Well, the floor is the best. You know, the floor is always supporting you. You know that, right? If you can't find anyone else to support you, then the floor is there. Just for you. The floor is always gonna be there for you. The silence carries on for a few moments. With each passing second, it grows more and more uncomfortable. You don't have to apologize. No, Sayori, I do. I was just really angry, and you don't have to apologize because you are right. I'm not that happy, sweet girl you grew up loving at all. I guess I just fooled you into thinking that I was. I really tried to get better, but it's okay. This whole experience has taught me something. Suddenly it's turned around. Who's approving? Who's disapproving? The entire situation has flipped. What a dramatic development! Who could have ever seen this that this is how things will always be. My heart sings. She can't be saying this. No, Sayori. Yes, Sayori. That's not true at all, and you know it. Things can change. Or how the turntables. Can they change, Code? You are the only person who ever made me believe that. When you held me in your arms and told me that things would be okay, that was when I believed it, if only for a second. I knew that getting my hopes up would be a stupid idea. I should have listened to my head, but my head convinced me to listen. But my heart convinced me to listen to you. I desperately reach out to grab her hands. We can still do this, though. Couples argue all the time, Sayori. It's how we learn. She tenderly rubs my hands before slowly slipping her hands free. I don't think we should be together anymore, Code. You don't mean that. I do. There are tears in her eyes, but she holds firm. I can't carry on like this. And I don't want to be a burden on you any longer. It's hard enough when I'm alone, but when I'm with you, there's just so much more added responsibility and stress. What are you saying, Sayori? Please don't break up with me. We can get through this. I know we can. Yeah, yes, be desperate. Desperate. Sayori goes to hang out with Rope. Oof. The oops returned. Maybe that's it. After breaking up with us, after losing her only light in her life of darkness, she is gonna kill herself. This is it. Unless this is somehow a neutral ending and not a bad one, and she's gonna survive, but just stay depressed. Please die. We can't, Code. I want to try anymore. Ask yourself, have you been happy with me? And please be honest. Because I haven't been happy myself. I open my mouth immediately to say that I have, but I pause to stop. We've had our happy moments together, sure. But the past few weeks have been anything but. Snapping at Emmy at Monika, refusing to talk to Mom. You don't have to say anything. I can see it on your face. Depression isn't going to just leave me alone if we stay together. And neither of us know how to handle it. Neither of us have been happy, and it would just be unfair on both of us. Before I can even think of some kind of weak defense, she presses on. And to be honest, what you said on Valentine's Day, it really hurt, Code. My voice. Just go hang already. I've played this game with so many mods, I've forgotten the original story. Well, voice acting 10 out of 10, why thank you. But yeah, the original story, I mean, all you need to know about the original story is that everyone dies. And then there's just Monika. The end. I mean, that's the most important stuff, right? As long as you know that, you're fine. I'm so sorry that I wasn't really as happy as you believed I was. And the way you mocked me for giving up, I was doing my best, I really was. My voice is gonna die by doing this. But who cares about that? Let it die along with Sayori. It's only now that I'm starting to truly realize just how badly I fucked up. Actually, over 100 hours worth of mods. Respect, my dude, respect. That is quite a bit. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe one day we'll get this far on the channel. That's, however, in the far off future. But yeah, I get it. If all the mods out there are as good as this one, and from what I've heard some are even better, then I'm definitely looking forward to trying out some more later. Because jumping straight from DDLC mod into another DDLC mod would just be, well, I don't know, the game might get old if I just don't take any breaks from it. Then again, it's always amazing. Creator who's making Metro Exodus mod for DDLC. 100 hour stream, by the way, no. I meant 100 hours total streamed of DDLC. A 100 hour stream would definitely be more than I could ever handle. People here be playing hundreds of hours of this game while I haven't played it once. Well, I mean, you always could, after all, it's free on Steam. But I get it, if you already know the story, there's really not too much of a reason to play it, I guess. But, oh, I mean, just mentioning again that it's free, as are all the mods, of course. Duration of like 3 to 4 days. Imagine having a PC. Alright, yeah. Fine. Fine. Didn't mean to rub it in. It's only now that I'm starting to truly realize just how badly I fucked up. The horrible reality is becoming mercilessly clear. I want to scream at myself for being such an idiot, but the damage has already been done. And we can only make it worse. So let's do it. There's only one last thing to say. A final last-ditch ace in my sleeve. I love you, Sayori. Timing. Of course. Imagine not having a laptop that can reach temperature of 90 degrees. Why did I almost say 900? Yes, 900 degrees. We're getting hot over here. I love you, Sayori. My own tears have started to flow in full force. Within seconds, my cheeks are drenched and my vision is blurry. Sayori whispers as she replies. Do you really, Code? Yes. No. Do you love me? I don't know. Last thing to say, go hang yourself already. Sayori, if you want, I can supply the rope for you. I'm sure I can find some somewhere. I want to say yes, and I think a part of me does. She pauses to sniffle. I always imagined that hearing you say you love me would have made me so happy. I dreamed that we'd say it to each other under the light of the moon or something. What the fuck? Come on, everyone wants her to die at this point. We want to get on with Monika's story. We're here for the bad ending, and this is honestly going far longer than I expected. I will supply the rope for you, Sayori's next dialogue. Yes! She makes a sound that's a cross between a laugh and a sob. Maybe in another life, if things were different. A regretful smile forms on my face. So, this is how it really ends. Teary nod is my reply. There's so much more that I want to say. I want to kiss her one last time, or hug her one last time, or even interlock her fingers with mine. One last time. More than anything, I want to hold her close to me, run my fingers through her hair, and tell her that everything will be alright. As much as it hurts to accept, no, I'll never get that chance again. It's all my fault. We don't have to do this, Sayori. Please. She walks towards me until our faces are inches apart. At this distance, I can see every teardrop clinging on her eyelashes. My eyes are begging her not to do this. Placing her hands on my shoulders, she looks right into my eyes, dropping her voice to a whisper. You and I both know that I do, Code. She releases me and gently nudges me towards the door. Every inch of me screaming at me not to comply, but she really leaves me no choice. A little more Sayori hanging in my life, a little more Sayori. As I shut the door, as I shut the door, painfully aware of how things will never be the same between Sayori and I berate myself on how I managed to break not one, but 2 hearts just now. Wait, it's still going? Anyway, I left her hanging. Maybe that's it. Maybe that is it. Maybe the game is still going because she's gonna be dead. Oh, hype. Hype. Days pass by. The week passed by agonizingly slowly. I haven't seen Sayori since we broke up. Yes! She hasn't been in school either. Yes! The other girls have asked me about her, especially Monika, but I've brushed them off. Right now, I couldn't care less about them if I tried. Sayori used rope already? Maybe. Her words keep resonating in my head. This is how things will always be. Maybe in another life if things were different. Every time I remember the look of pain on her face as she spoke those words, I remember feeling genuinely happy. I mean, I feel my heart break over and over again. Yes, that. The door opens and Mom comes in, wearing a sad, sympathetic look on her face. Didn't even need to tell her that Sayori and I had broken up. She could tell straight away when I came back home. I made tempura for you. It's your favorite. I'm not hungry. She gently ruffles my hair and thumbs away one of my tears. I know it's hard, Code. Breakups are never easy. Monika, while reading this, will be like, what the F is that? Sayori means the world to you, and I know you still love her. That's why it hurts so much, but unfortunately breaks up are just part of life. You might not be able to see it right now, but you'll feel better eventually. Well, at least we have Yuri as a backup chick. I nod along mechanically. I know. You've been in your room all day, Code. A little more hanging in her life. And you've barely eaten. I'm worried about you. Her words barely register. I don't even know if Sayori wants to be friends anymore. I think that's the worst part. Losing her as a girlfriend is bad enough, but losing her as a friend and losing her entirely. Backup? Yes. Not even load. I mean, let's be honest here. We have Yuri as a backup going this entire time, considering that we've kind of just been stringing her along. I mean, she's the reason why her existence in my life made Sayori jealous. So if Sayori's not around anymore, why not take the next step with Yuri, since we're hanging out so much? Can I change character routes almost at the end of one of them? Do people remain friends after a breakup? I look over to Mom desperately. Some do, some don't. There's not really an objective answer to that, I'm afraid. I just wish I could talk to her. Not being able to see her is killing me. Oh, speaking of killing. Yuri has gone stabby stabby. Watch Harley versus Monika rap battle? Should I? That's our mom. It is. Damn, she cute. This game doesn't have those kind of routes, I'm afraid. But yeah, that do be her. Not being able to see her is killing me. Well, perhaps I could talk to her if you'd like. After all, I've known her since she was a child. She's almost like a daughter to me. I sit up as hope blossoms in my chest. It would be wrong of me to try and change her mind, though. I slump back, a newfangled hope dashed. Questioning the sleeveless shirt? Why are you questioning it? Anything wrong with that? But I can see what she says about staying friends with you. You've had a few days apart, so she's had some time to think it over. It's something, I guess. Oh, we're not gonna see her. She's gonna see her hanging out all by herself. Okay. She should be awake, it's past noon. Mom nods and makes for the door. I wish it was me going to see Sayori, but I don't think it would be a good idea to see her so soon. As difficult as it is, I probably should let her come to me. After all, I've caused enough damage as it is. Hanging, yeah, as always. Try not to keep myself occupied while I wait for Mom to get back, but nothing is doing the trick. My mind wanders over to the current situation over at Sayori's house. Would she even talk to Mom? I guess it is a weird situation to be in. Sayori hasn't seen my mom in a while. It's a clue. I think. Always gotta be helpful here. Well, so what kind of clue here? Hanging? Because I said hanging, not the characters. They always get along really well, plus with Sayori's own parents being away. She might appreciate having a mother figure to talk to. So in the worst case scenario, I suppose Sayori would just politely ask Mom to go away. No, in the worst case scenario, she won't even talk to her. Check the files, maybe happy thoughts are there. I know happy thoughts. I know the poem. The sound of a loud, blaring siren jolts me out of my thoughts. I hear Mom opening the door and making her way up to my room. I open my mouth to ask her how it went, but straight away I can tell that something is horribly, horribly wrong. Yes! Yes! We did it! She's dead! We killed her! We drove her to kill herself, finally! We did it! We have driven the girl with depression to finally off herself. This is not something we should be proud of, but we did it. It was a clue, boys. There are tears in her eyes and she's looking distraught. Mom? Yes, she's dead. What the fuck? I mean, can you blame me? We get to hang out with just Monika now. Just Monika. Listen to me, I can't even formulate any words. You already finally used the rope. What the actual fuck? Her lips tremble, and fresh tears cascade down her cheeks. A terrible feeling of dread is quickly rising. Mom, you're scaring me. What's wrong? What's wrong? It's Sayori, isn't it? My heart starts beating incredibly fast. Wordlessly, she nods. Oh god, please don't say what I think you're about to say. Please say what I'm thinking you're about to say. She's shaking, and takes deep breaths to calm herself down. I don't know how to say this. Just say it. I desperately look into her eyes, trying to find an ounce of reassurance. I find none. Sayori is gone, Code. Gone? Gone where? I know exactly what she means, but I refuse to believe it. Oh, she's gone to get groceries. Sayori's gone. Yeah, to get groceries. I know. Absolutely. Mom doesn't reply. I don't believe you. I move towards the door with ferocious speed. I have to see this for myself. Oh, we're actually gonna get to see it again. Hooray. She hung herself. She did. And with that, I stopped dead in my tracks. No, she didn't. Yes, she did. She has gone to get milk. She's gone to get milk, and she will return if any of us win the lottery. Yes. You're lying. I'm not. I wish I could say that I was. No. Sayori wouldn't do this. She wouldn't. But even as I protest, Sayori's words are swirling around in my head, coming back to haunt me. Actually, you know what? She probably hung herself soon after the breakup, right? Because she didn't come to school anymore, she probably hung herself very soon afterwards. In the main game, we see her hanging body right the next morning. Like, we've seen her the day before, and the next morning she was hanging, so her body was fresh, to say the least. Now it's probably been about a week. So do I want to know what state her body is in right now? Her eyes are dead. Well, not just her eyes, but... Oh well. Let's check this out, shall we? Even as I protest, Sayori's words are swiftly swirling around my head, coming back to haunt me. This is how it's always going to be. We're my last hope. It's a little too late for that. The more I try and protest, the more her final words burrow themselves into my mind. Get out of my head. Hey, that's a reference. That's a reference to Sayori's final poem. After she saw you nearly kissing Yuri/Yuri in the original, she hang. Yeah. You mean Natsuki/Yuri? Yeah. But, so, this time around, her body is gonna be partially decomposed, maybe. I'm not entirely sure how quickly that happens. But I guess we'll just see. If the game decides to show us, that is. Dimly I'm aware of Mom talking, something about how the ambulance are there, but her voice feels like millions of miles away. I desperately search Mom's face once again, this time trying to find something, anything that indicates that this isn't happening. All I find is a grim confirmation. The sound of the siren is much louder now. Flashes of blue are visible through the window. There's absolutely no way this can be real. It can't be happening. Ignoring Mom's protest, I push past her and head for the street. If her eyes are gray than like 2 days or more, if blue than like 1 day or less. We'll see, I guess. Ambulances. Grim-faced paramedics. All I can do is stand there, numb to the wetness and coldness of the unrelenting rain. Each drop feels like a cruel reminder that what I'm witnessing is very, very real. No. There's no way. There's no way. Or could this really be happening? Slowly, I can feel the disbelief start to ebb away. I can't stand watching this any longer. Turning to run, my legs start moving of their own accord. Where I'm going, I have no idea. No, look at her body! Why would you look at her? Ask the paramedics if you can still have a good time with her. Oh god, I'm a horrible person. All I know is that I have to get away from here. Away from the condemning sight of the ambulance and the cruel sounds of the sirens. MC going to hang out around the... Yeah, we're going to hang out now too. Maybe. Wait. Also, the happy music is coming out of nowhere again. I don't know if it's even loud enough to get picked up. Might need to turn up the audio just a little bit. Because I know that it's really quiet. It's still going, apparently it is. A while has passed since my mom discovered Sayori's corpse. Days, weeks, months, years, I couldn't even say. Let's go, let's not. Each day has effortlessly melted into the next. The world around me continues onwards, but without me. Monika time, shortly. It's not like I care either. Everything I've been doing feels mechanical, as if my body were on autopilot. I keep expecting to receive a text from Sayori or to hear her voice. Initially, I clung to the belief that she wasn't dead, that somehow, for some sick reason, my mom was playing some sort of cruel practical joke, even though I knew full well that she wouldn't do that. But there's only so much I could run from the truth. The brutal, apathetic truth that cared little for anyone who was ever lucky enough to know Sayori. At like 1 to 2 a.m., working about 6 to 9 a.m., most likely 6. Waking up at 9. I mean, that's not a lot of sleep. Now, I'm not sure how this sounds, but in some now don't take this out of context when I say this, but in some ways I guess I am like Sayori. In that I often sleep past noon. There. That's what I mean by that. Don't read any more into that than that my sleep cycle is also messed up. It's only after I went to her funeral that I started to realize that I would never see her again. There wouldn't be any cuddling on the sofa. There wouldn't be any walking to school together. Nah, I'm not the type of person to hang out too much with other people. Or for, well, I guess I hang out by myself. But not in that way. Never read one of her poems or hear about her day, how her day was. The warmth I'd feel when she was in my arms gone, and the reality is painful beyond all comprehension. Whenever I close my eyes, I can picture her in my head. That sky blue shirt she wore on the day we first shared a kiss. And sometimes, when I really feel like torturing myself, I recall how her voice sounds as well. People came up to me at the funeral. They told me how sorry they were and gave me their condolences. Yeah, by myself, but not in that way, sure. Their words meant nothing to me. I was willing to bet that all of them had no idea what demon Sayori was struggling with. Didn't even try to stop my tears. All I could do was rest my hand on the gravestone that Sayori lied under. Real part of me wishing that I could join her under the dirt. Because at least that would stop the unrelenting numbness and pain. There's no running from it. Sleep is impossible. Whenever I'm under the covers, no matter how warm, I feel so cold, longing for her embrace. Anyway, I'm used to being tired. Oh god. Every time I pass a place we visited together, such as a shop or the park, I feel her. Wherever I look, a memory. Take a deep breath, slowly letting the air out through my nose. Oh, we're actually getting... It's just like with Natsuki. They used their second artwork for the bad ending. For Yuri, they used it for the fun time, but for both Natsuki and Sayori, they used their second artwork just for the bad ending. And I feel very insulted by this. Sitting on my bed, in my hands lies the Christmas present Sayori got for me, the glass frame photograph of us as kids. Harkening back to happier times are blissful memories that feel like they happened an eternity ago. With a trembling finger, I gently caress Sayori's face. It's a vain attempt, and I know it, but I'm trying to tell myself that somehow by doing this I might be able to physically feel her again. Even though I know I'm being stupid, I can't help but feel the disappointment and anguish flood through my body, as the only feeling I get is my finger against glass. At least seeing the huge grin on her face brings a smile to my face. A tiny smile. And it feels like a tiny pathetic flame in the midst of a raging thunderstorm. But at least it's there. I recall how Sayori's face lit up as I handed her the Christmas present I got her. Happy thoughts. Was I one of your happy thoughts, Sayori? Or was I just part of the darkness that threatened to engulf the lights? A question that I'll never have an answer to. All because I wasn't there for her. Waves of bitterness rise within me. Mom told me not to focus on the past. You can drive yourself insane by thinking about the choices you didn't make. Doesn't have eyes, see? Wait, he can't. Wait. I won't wait for anyone. But how can I not delve into the past? I see now. You see what? The main character's eyes? 160p. How can I not delve into the past? Sayori could still be here if I was just a little more attentive and less dense. And trucker nuts? Hey lads, lasses and other kind folk. What's going on? Hi. Hope you're having a great day. See his eyes? How could you not see them? Grip the edge of the glass a little tighter, completely disregarding the pain in the palms of my hands. Why did you do it, Sayori? Why did you do this to me? To everyone. To us, to everyone. I know things looked bleak, but you didn't have to give up like that. I know I fucked up. I know that. Believe me, I do. That haunting sense of guilt and regret will be with me until I die. Until the day I see you again. Just gotten home after chasing the dream. Chasing which dream? Tell me. Inform me. Feel free to enlighten us all. But I hardly knew what I was doing the whole time. Stand-up comedy! Well then. Didn't expect that. It looks like, guys, it looks like we have a comedian. Lads, lasses, and other kind folk. We have a comedian in chat. With that, the entertainment value of the stream has just increased tenfold. Actually, never mind that. We can't multiply. We can't multiply an entertainment value of 0 and hope the number to go up. I apologize for that one. Noise, wanna hear my life? Wow, that's such a funny joke. I've never heard it before. Wanna hear my life? A joke. Fuck. We all know that joke. And a lot of us can agree. Fortunately, I do not understand English that well, so I do not understand the joke. Don't worry, I won't be funnier than most of you. Just a tag next to my name that just proves that I'm a twat. Well, I guess we are. Aren't we all? Damn. Alright. Does your life have a meaning? Life. Does anyone's life really have a meaning? We're right here talking about how depressing everything is. Life never has meaning. It just doesn't. Deep down, we all know that. So let's all so in honor of Sayori, let's all commit mass suicide together. Please don't. Please don't. I'm gonna be held accountable if any of you do that. My life has meaning, anime and visual novels. I mean, I guess any meaning you can muster in life, any meaning you can find in life is worth it. I have to, yes, any meaning is worth it. Please don't take what I said before too seriously. Let's not hang out, everyone. Let's not hang out. And now everyone has to live with your decision for the rest of their lives. Moving on. You wanted everyone to be happy, didn't you? Well, look at us now. Yes, blame her for everything. Is this what you wanted? Oh no, I'm bleeding. I look down at the photograph, shocked to see the edges are stained red. Let's go. Any of you have a Valentine's, or do you all watch anime? I am not ashamed to admit that I'm gonna spend my Valentine just like last year's, completely ignoring the day even exists. Because I don't have any plans for it anyway. So yeah, that's 3% battery on my phone. Well, looks like someone's gonna leave us soon, potentially, unless they find their charger. And thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. I have no life. No. Got a follow for that, honestly. Why, thank you. Thank you, I really appreciate the follow. Let's finish off this character round really quickly, because we must be close to the end, right? Suddenly, I'm aware of a distant pain in my hands. Without realizing, I'd pushed the corners of the palm of my hand so hard they'd drawn blood. Few teardrops have also landed on the photograph. Through a cruel twist of fate, I noticed they've landed where Sayori's face is, giving the impression that she's also crying. This mod is so good. It is, I have to agree. We finished everyone's good ending. We've seen some of the bad outcomes. And honestly, this went on for much longer than I expected. But since it is the last stream I'm gonna make on this mod, I feel like we can keep going for a little bit longer today. After all, we pretty much have to keep going a little bit longer if we want to see what Monika's up to. Must be close to the end. 3 hours later, let's go. I mean, it's true. Honestly, I didn't expect this to take over 2 hours. But honestly, I'm here for the content. This just proves how much work went into it, honestly. Instead of cleaning the photograph, I just put it down next to me, running my hands through my face, caring little for the stinging coming from the wounds in my hands. I miss you. I miss you so, so much. What I wouldn't give to be able to hold you in my arms again. To tell you how sorry I was. To tell you how things could and would get better. The doorbell rings, but I ignore it. Oh, for fuck's sake. You think they'd get the hint. The doorbell rings again and I angrily swing my legs out of bed. This had better be worth it. If you want a mod recommendation, feel free to ask. I already got a bunch, so can't really ask for more here. As I swing the door open, the worried faces of Yuri, Natsuki, and Monika fill my vision. They all looked alarmed when they see me, most likely due to the blood smeared over my face. I'm in no mood to talk, so I just stand there, waiting for one of them to say something. Are you alright, Code? The doorbell rings and there are three. And there's Sayori, on a rope, floating. She has come back from the grave, oh no. Wouldn't that be oh so nice for our main character? She motions towards my face. I'm fine. But your face. I raise my hands briefly. The concern of the girl's faces doesn't abate. It's just a little cut. You should get that looked at. Oh yeah, wouldn't you know about cuts, Yuri? Now go away. I'm kind of in the middle of mourning someone's death here. I always come back. Oh no. Yeah, she's gonna come back to drag me along with her into the afterlife. That would actually be what the main character wants right now, to be honest. I could help you with that if... Yeah, of course you're an expert. Goddamn, Code, the roasts. I mean, come on. Do you expect our main character, who is supposedly me, if we're going by the name I have given him, then honestly, he's in a bad mood, so I have to dish out the roasts for him, okay? What do you want? Open the door and Sayuri beatboxing over Sayuri's corpse. Oh no. What are the others doing? Yeah, sure, just have Yuri beatboxing. Because yeah, after all, she was kind of secondary in this character route, wasn't she? I mean, if it wasn't for Sayuri, we would have spent a lot more time with Yuri, so let's be fair here. She'd probably be the first one to be beatboxing here. Stop beatboxing, I'm dying. Oh, so what do you want? We're worried about you. You barely said a word at the funeral, so... Was I expected to say a lot? She's taken aback by my surly tone. No, of course not. We miss her too, you know? Very much so. Monika nods sadly. She was the first member to join the club. God, if it feels like such a long time ago. I'm back, well, welcome back then. Didn't expect to see you again today. But honestly, it's not like you came back late. After all, I already promised that we'd be doing a bunch more today. The stream is gonna be longer than most of my streams have been recently. Because I really wanna get to the Monika stuff this time around. This good ending, this bad ending, everyone, let's go hang. But please don't. Let's do it, but please don't. But do it. Do it though. But no, I'm joking. Unless... that was absolutely horrible. I apologize for my lack of sense of humor from the bottom of my heart, which I don't have. She was, yeah. She really brought us so much happiness in the... Stop it. I don't want to hear it. Come on, Code. She wouldn't want to see you like this? What the fuck would you know about what Sayori would want? You know, I hate Valentine's, same thing with my boyfriend. Just capitalizes over people's emotions. It's basically legal prostitution. Wow. Well, I guess that's one way of looking at it. You can always just pretend the day doesn't exist, but then you got advertising rubbing it in your face sometimes. Imagine having a girlfriend, and remember that you don't have one. Wow. Yeah, that's basically everyone who doesn't have a girlfriend. Valentine's Day sucks, because all those who don't have a significant other get reminded of that fact, and anyone who does gets encouraged to just spend money for presents, which, to be fair, if you like them enough to give them presents, why do you have to devote a specific day to it? That's why I feel like we should all just pretend Valentine's Day never existed. Then again, Valentine's chocolates are probably cheaper once Valentine's Day is over, so you can get some nice discounts if you don't care about anything else. Maybe. +1? +1 what? Are you going back to the oof count, or...? Because the oof count died a long time ago. And now that Sayori is dead, I feel like so is the oof count. All you ever did was make fun of her. I know you're upset, Code, but please be reasonable. Automod held her. Wait, hang on a second. Wow. Automod, there's really no need for that. We allow stuff here. Hang on a second, I will post it to chat. I honestly don't give a damn. Allow. I don't give a damn about my chat, okay? Not right now, unless it's a bot. Okay. Permitted. Yeah, there we go. Let's just see real quick. I just wanna burn my I just want to burn my Valentine. Alrighty then. Alright, so now to get back to what I just permitted in chat. I walk into a restaurant with my friend on Valentine's Day, and I see this should say Happy Valentine's Day, and yeah, thanks. Wow. Stories, all that I need and all that I will have. Yeah, I mean, I guess Monika After Stories there for those people who like this, who like Doki Doki and don't have anyone to go to for Valentine's Day. But yeah, that if you have a friend of the opposite gender, you're just not allowed to hang out on Valentine's Day, I guess. I know you're upset, Code, but please be reasonable. What you saw was a little uncalled for. What you said was a little uncalled for. Natsuki didn't even mean any harm. We know that she was depressed. That comment catches me by surprise. Well, I heavily suspected it, at least. What? What are you talking about? People don't just commit suicide without pre-existing mental health condition. When I look back on it, I suppose I should have seen it. What? And none of you thought to try and help her with it? The girls all look at each other, a little uncomfortable. What we kinda thought? What? Oh, she was your girlfriend, so... Why does everyone think that her depression was my fucking responsibility or something? Because as soon as you agreed to date her, it did become your responsibility, idiot. I do my best to ignore my conscience once again. Trying to torment me. No one said it was solely your responsibility, Code. We just didn't think it was our place to say anything given how personal and serious the matter was. Boys, when they talk to a girl, oh my god. My best friend and I hang out in a fancy restaurant on Valentine's Day just so people think we're a couple, and it's the funniest shit. People come up to us and say shit like, you two are so cute together. And then you make people feel bad by pointing out that that you're not actually a couple, because that makes people feel very awkward, I feel like. Or are you just keeping it to yourself, just see how many people react that way? My girlfriend for 100%, so let's act normal. Could have at least tried to be there a little bit more for her. You know, like, I don't know, remind her of how much she means to you? Or how much you valued having her around. Yuri shrinks back against my ferocity. Against my ferocity of my voice. Twisted sense, seeing the hurt on her face makes me feel a tiny bit better. Nearly 2 a.m. Same for me. Same for me. Don't need sleep. Me neither. Who needs sleep? We try our very best to make people uncomfortable as possible, because comedians try their best to fuck with people, and we have way too much confidence. I mean, confidence is one thing I'm lacking, but hey, at least it's easy enough to make me uncomfortable. Not as much anymore, but I remember a little bit early on while streaming, I got uncomfortable at as much as a compliment. Some people here maybe remember that. I remember a stream where I was just complimented out of nowhere, then people realized I was uncomfortable taking compliments because I was not used to it, and they just kept them coming. By now, I think I've adapted to that. But, I mean, seriously, when you just receive a bunch of compliments out of nowhere, how are you supposed to react? Honestly. I didn't know how to react at the time. I remember that. There we go. There it is. It's funny because she was really jealous of you. You know that? I drunk then, went to a convention and just tried to embarrass and piss off people. You know, I don't think I'd have the confidence to do that. Also, I'm not really a drinker, so... Speaking of drinking, let's grab a sip of water here, real quick. Also, I totally understand why you would get kicked out in that situation. She never liked the time I would spend with you. All you had to fucking do was talk to her. help her see that she had nothing to worry about. I remember Sayori mentioned how she suspected Yuri also likes me. The thought of that contributing to how worthless she felt makes me see red. Thanks for fucking up our relationship, Yuri. Look where it got us. Wow. Wow. We got someone being serious here. All because you clung to the one person of the opposite sex who ever gave you more than a second of their time. Code? You can't use this as an excuse to be such an asshole, alright? Blaming us isn't going to get you anywhere. Please just let that anger go. Yeah, I'm gonna let it go, right at your faces. Worst thing about getting kicked out of a convention is that you get a small group following you, making sure you don't go anywhere near the convention, so you just ran around in circles around them. It's still going, exactly, it's still going. I still can't believe that just by one alternate choice we got about 3 extra hours of game. Just by choosing the bad ending. I can't say it's an unpleasant surprise. The only thing I'm not quite pleasantly surprised by, the only thing that's not quite pleasant about this is that, wow, I honestly wanted to get to Monika's content sooner. Then again, I don't know how much Monika content there even is, considering she doesn't have a full character route. But before starting the stream, I checked the extras menu that popped up on the main menu. And that's when I realized that there actually was a little bit more content for Monika than I was expecting. They actually planned to make a Monika character out, apparently. And all the stuff that was made can be found in the extras menu. So that's where we're going later. Oh, don't you start as well, Miss Perfect. I don't need you, of all people, to tell me how to act when my best friend has just died. You know what? All of you can just fuck off. I don't want to see any of you ever again. Joining Literature Club was the biggest mistake of my life. The girls just stand there. There's a variety of different emotions on their faces. Code, just go. From shock to crying to just sad. But no real thing behind it. With one final look of sympathy and some anger, the girls take their cue to leave. Natsuki and Monika trying to console Yuri, who by this point is sobbing. I feel bad for Yuri. I honestly do. But I am here in the angry mode now, so I can't feel bad. I'm left standing in the doorway, feeling the fresh blood trickle down my hands. Clenching them into fists did not help. As tears leak down my face and blood drops down my wrists, I look up at the sky. Bleak. Desolate. The sounds of rain echo, echo, echo inside my head. Hey! Backup started crying. Well, we don't care about them anymore. We made it! We got the bad ending for her. As intended. Now then, before I go into the extras, there's one more thing I want to check out. And Debbie Dino, hi! You know, normally I would say you made it at just about the end of the stream. Did you miss much? You missed, what you missed is exactly what I thought would just be taking up the beginning of the stream. But then it ended up being so long, it took up like almost 3 hours. But I fully intend to make this the last stream, so this stream is gonna be long. Long. So yeah, so basically what I wanted to do at the very beginning was go back into Sayori's route and try to get the bad ending. And that bad ending took 2 hours and 50 minutes around that time. So definitely more than just the beginning of the stream, to say the least. But now it is time. Let's see. What I wanna do is... There it is. I wanna go back here. Had to finish JoJo. Wait, finish? Like entirely, all the seasons. Because that's a lot of content. What? Jotaro's arc, okay. Hang on a second. Not as... Not as gruesome as expected. Definitely not. I definitely expected to see her corpse. But Jotaro's arc, so, good old Jotaro, good old fuck off mom, I don't wanna see you. That good old Jotaro. So, by finishing off Jotaro's arc, you mean that Dio is now gone, right? That's what you mean to say. Like, actually, in the sunlight, gone. That's where you are now. So, what do we want to do here? Yes, good old time stoppers. Yeah, good old Zawado. Let's see what Monika has here. Well, I think that I'd probably be best suited for helping Monika. Oh, really, Code? How so? Yeah, I mean, it's not like she has the most work or anything. They're gonna deny me the right to do so. Heck, even Yuri has more to do. Natsuki, it's not a competition. Hey! Although, to tell you the truth, I would have to agree. Dio is gone, reduced to atoms. It's because Jotaro used the world to destroy the world. Well then, good night. Well, thanks for coming, Robmaster. Really enjoyed your company. Hope to see you again in the future as well. Alright. Can't make long goodbyes here. Going to sleep. Well, I wish you the most pleasant of nights. Not to put any pressure on you or anything, Code. I'm just thinking that my job is honestly suited for one person. After all, I'm going to be designing the pamphlets on my laptop. Not sure how you can really contribute with that. Ah, I guess that's true. Well, if you're sure you don't need any help, then don't worry about me. My mom does graphic design too, so I do have resources if I need help. Anyway, I'm happy that you offered to help me, though. Yeah, no problem. So, sorry to make you choose again. But do you have a preference for who to help? Okay, so we're not going anywhere. We're gonna just click Natsuki because Natsuki, best girl. And then we're going to... Actually, no. Wait, how do we... There, main menu. Okay. You can stop hanging around now. Here we go again with the hanging puns. They never get old, do they? They do. Even Jesus is streaming? Wow. Are you challenging me? Oh no. Boy, here we go. Well, you two have your little challenge, and I'm gonna see extras! There we go, that's what I've been looking forward to. This is what I wanted to devote the stream to a little bit more. The menu looks different. It does, because we got all the endings. Return real quick. If you get all the good endings, then the menu changes. No, I don't really think I have a new version. It's just get all the good endings and the menu changes to this. Hang this argument up fast. Oh no. It has begun again. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, extras. Monika's first, second, and Sunday. Should we go for Sunday first? No, we're going down the line. Monika's first exclusive. I'm guessing this is about writing poems and stuff. So, backups. Alright, let's see Monika. I don't recognize this BGM. I'm guessing it's a piano variant of some of the themes I might have that the game had. And piano variant because, well, we hang out with Monika, who is practicing the piano. I guess that everyone already has their pre-established routines here. Playing and above. Anyway, yeah. Let me go with my anyway. I'll anyway you out of existence. But anyway, kind of like to talk to someone, but I wouldn't want to bother anyone either. It's always a bit hard to fit in with a group that's been together a while. At least when you try to join. The difference between the levels of familiarity usually make things a bit awkward. Although I can't complain much, these girls have been far more welcoming than they needed to be. Plus, I sneak a peek over at Monika and Sayori, who are still talking animatedly. 6 people, wow. I am also impressed by how nicely the stream is doing right now. You know, guys, if you stick around, we might reach affiliates sooner than expected. So I am glad that the stream is going a little bit longer right now. Anyway, Sayori's not hanging. We need to change that. Monika grabbed the rope. Monika, just go ahead and delete them outright. No need to make any big deal out of it. How much longer are you planning on streaming for? I missed most of the stream, so I want to stick around. Well, I don't know how long. I just want to finish off all the stuff Monika has to offer, however long that takes. So we're entering the extras menu and we're checking out all that stuff. So basically all the hangout scenes you would get during the normal game, just with Monika now instead of anyone else. Don't quite remember how long these usually take. But we're here to find out, I guess. See ya in the next 4 hours. I don't think it's gonna take that long. Siri's chattering on, waving her arms around energetically to make some sort of point. Meanwhile, Monika looks on with a thoughtful expression. Catch a few snippets of the conversation. We're probably gonna seem really lame compared to all the other clubs, though. I guess the Literature Club really doesn't have too much going for it at the moment. 4 hours, in 4 hours anyway, I guess we really did take that. No. In 4 hours, the stream will already be over. It will be, okay? And if the stream is not over in 4 hours time, then I will... What'll I do? I mean, no. I'll come up with something to do if the stream is not over in 4 hours. Some sort of excuse for being wrong. Some sort of means of justification. Some sort of anything. But then again, I've always been part of the Go Home Club myself, so I can't speak much about it. Best club, I guess. It's truly a stroke of luck that the club and I managed to join. Had Monika... It's truly a stroke of luck that the club I managed to join had Monika presidenting over it. To be fair, she's way out of my league. But it doesn't hurt to get to hang around the second year's idol. God damn it, game. Stop using this wording. I don't like it when you use that wording. Only we can use that wording. If his stream won't end in less than 4 hours, I won't sleep. Well, you definitely should get some sleep. I mean, some people say that sleep is for the weak, and with my fucked up sleep schedule, I'm not one to talk. But sleep is good for you guys. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think anyone really knew that she was the president of the Literature Club, myself included. Which is kind of strange, considering how she's always been at the forefront of all her activities. Pretty sure that she's the captain of the girls' tennis team, and as she said yesterday, she was the president on the debate club last year. Sleep is like, it's like dope for Sayori, good. Fucked up sleep schedule, gang. Yeah, we're here, we're all here together. So we're gonna stop hanging around here tonight. Actually, yeah, Rockmaster, didn't you say we're gonna leave? Wasn't that a thing? 2 or 1 AM, 6:30 awake. Yeah, didn't you say we're gonna sleep? Maybe you really should follow through on that. Or did you stick around because of the challenge that was offered to you? She said, just realized, president of a huge and active club as a first year, only Monika could pull something like that off. You're just too entertaining. I'm not gonna comment on the use of the wrong "you're." Then again, by saying that I wouldn't comment on it, I just did comment on it. Hang on a second. We got a little bit of more stuff to do. Let's see if I can actually read that stuff now, or if I'm too tired to read. After 4 hours... After 4 hours, barely. Barely coherent sentences. Oh dear God. Sham? Dear God, I'm having trouble right now. Pellet. Alright, I'm having too much trouble with that. I apologize. This one won't be decoded by me. I apologize. Not questioning my linguistic skills. I will. Working. That wording of yours gives me AIDS. Wow. Didn't sleep for 24 hours once or twice. Or thrice. Times 2. Really need to your knowledge up. Wow. Okay, that one I haven't heard before. Shambling. Yeah. Pellicles of sentences, shambling. Fallen out. Something fallen out. Yeah. Housing Monika's extras, I see. Yeah. We're doing that. And let's just see here. But then she quit the debate club for this one. Gotta get some fresh air here. Oh god. I guess that she didn't publicize it on purpose to avoid anyone joining the club just to hang around her. Not a bad idea, even though this club just barely makes the cutoff in its number of members. Each and every one of these girls is enthusiastic about literature. Nosing Monika's extras, let's learn how to tie on news with Sayori. Damn it! Stop it! It's been up for 3 hours and 2 minutes. Yeah, there we go. There's the uptime. Everyone's looking for it. 3 hours is usually my norm, but we're going a little bit higher. Quality over quantity after all. Just goes to show Monika is truly passionate about this club. Wait. I'm one of those members now. Gotta step up my game. That is, if I had one. Speaking of games, I pull my phone out of my bag and turn it on, looking around to check if anyone's paying attention. They're all absorbed in whatever they're doing. Good. Now I can check my game for the daily rewards. Maybe even finish a quest or two while I've got nothing to do. Oh, don't we all know that feel? Doki Doki mod called Sayori's Suicide Awareness Campaign. Well, at this point I wouldn't even be surprised. At all the different kinds of mods out there. But again, I can't just jump into another DDLC mod after I finish this one. I mean, I could, but I won't. Let's learn how to tie news in this game. What's it called? The family-friendly news song? Isn't that one out there? If you want to learn how to tie a news, just look that one up. We should be doing something literature-related, but... Well, to be fair, this game is like half visual novel, half RPG. I feel called out. And half gacha, probably. Emphasis on the novel part. That's literature enough, right? Try to make a mod, Doki Doki, you smoke club. Snooze, I swear to God I will beat my wife again. Oh no. Again. Yeah. Wow. Wow. CKH. Family friendly news song. Well. But yeah, speaking of that, it does kind of strike a chord with me. Like, speaking of games that are part gacha, part visual novel, part RPG. Like, I'm still playing the Konosuba mobile game, and that basically checks all those boxes. But no matter how far I descend into gacha hell, I have yet to spend a single cent on it. I am at least that responsible with my money. That much responsibility has to be somewhere. I'll just do something productive after one quest. One tiny simple quest. Just one. And he got carried away. Just one more Archdevil to slay. Just one more Archdevil to slay. Never have I ever wanted to hit a child as much as I do now. Well, that's a sensation one comes to learn sometimes. Sometimes you just want to beat up a child. Don't take that out of context, please, and make me out to be the bad guy in this. Because if you just hear me say sometimes you just really want to beat up a child without without the fact that I'm just replying to someone else, then I'm just gonna be the sole bad guy and everyone's gonna hate me forever. I have enough skins to finish this godforsaken fetch quest and have the horns to for the trapper quest down the line. Don't worry, I don't have a kid hanging around me. Wow, you don't. You don't, huh? I see, I see. You don't. Yeah. And did. And did what? Just like Sayori, not in that way. Sure. Anyway. Come on. I'm not that much like her. Sure, I sleep until into the afternoons oftentimes, but that doesn't mean anything. It just means I have a fucked up sleep schedule. And Sayori likes to sleep into the afternoon too. That's the only comparison I drew between us. Plus I got some demon eyes from all that senseless killing. Ooh, the crafting possibilities that opens. I swear that there used to be more Archdevils spawned in this area though. Don't tell me we're hunting them to extinction or something. I'll just have to wait a bit for them to respawn, I guess. Or maybe I should switch over to my main account and trade for those last skins I need on this account. Code? Oh dear god. I jumped and guiltily look around. Now I will forget that. Like Sayori when she decomposes. Stop it. Let's stop talking about Sayori. We're here for Monika. Just Monika. Just Monika. Alright? Just Monika. Jump and guiltily look around. A lot of time seems to have passed. Enough that Monika and Sayori have apparently finished their conversation. Unless you want the baby, where did this come from? And hashtag just Monika, there we go, that's what I like to see. Past enough that Monika and Sayori have apparently finished their conversation. I really have no self-control, do I? Hey Monika, what's up? I thought you joined this club to get into literature, not to play games on your phone. Geez, I'm not trying to be your mom, but you need to get some discipline. Yeah. Sorry, I just got caught up in it. It's sort of addicting. Mori. Monika? What? What did I miss? Oh, you're back. I don't know how long you were gone. Because I don't know if the moment you stopped writing messages you stopped lurking or anything. About what you missed, I finished off Sayori's bad ending, finally. And she did die, and she hung herself. We never got to see the body, but we told everyone else of the club to fuck off and told them that joining this club was the worst idea we ever had. And then Yuri cried, and Natsuki was shocked, and Monika tried to comfort Yuri, and Natsuki kind of did too. So yeah, that's what happened. And now we're trying to hang out with Monika, finally. I mean, they kind of designed the game to be addicting, so... Excuses, excuses. I saw that, yeah, alright. In that case, you didn't miss much. Just getting started. Just getting started on some Monika stuff. She probably thinks I am some kind of no-life otaku now. Not that she'd be wrong, but I was gonna say. Well, if you're not going to be doing anything constructive with your time right now, why don't you help me out? I've got a ton of work to do and I'd really appreciate it. Having to do work isn't too bad. A payoff for getting to see Monika's irresistible smile. Get rid of a body disposal. Ding, 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 ding. Well, body disposal, huh? I mean, there was no body to be disposed of. It can all just be deleted if Monika so wishes. My game can wait, probably. Sure thing. What do you need me for? As I say that, I stand up and stretch, wincing as my legs tingle from pins and needles. There's this one point in my show where a heckler actually made me laugh. It's during my routine normally, and I said, I mean, what's this guy going to do when he's bored? While pointing at a random audience member, and he shouted out, "Your mother." Wow. You know what? Kudos to him for actually coming up with a clever counter to your argument. I mean, your mom jokes aren't exactly clever, but kudos to him for coming up with a counter to what you said. I mean, honestly. Man. Comedy shows. Haven't been to one of those in a long time. Like, honestly, a long time. Maybe I do need a good laugh again at some point. A little more delayed in my life. Delayed? Delayed? Some delay? Going, good night. There you go. Get some sleep. You deserve it. You need it. Bashed a kid's head in the window. Oh no, bashed a kid's head in the window. That's already starting off nice. They weren't broke. Then, oh dear God. Then the windows. Polish the windows? Not sure. Hard to read, I'm sorry. I guess I'm getting out of practice now. Maybe I'm also starting to get tired, so I definitely need to make progress here. Into laughter and said, fuck, that was a good one. Still an asshole, though. Still an asshole, but can't deny it. Saying I need sleep, are you challenging me? This is not a challenge. This is an honest recommendation. Don't neglect your help just for the sake of accepting a challenge that doesn't even exist. As I said that I stand up and stretch, yeah. Well, for one thing, could you hold these papers for me while I get out my laptop? I nod and she hands me a thick sheet of papers. Oh man, I really don't envy her position. She must have a lot to do to have so much papers. So many papers. Monika sits down in the seat next to me, pulling a sleek silver laptop out of her school bag. I thought the laptops weren't allowed to be used in school buildings. Normally they aren't, but I talked to my teachers and they gave me permission to use it after I proved that they could trust me with it. It really does make work a lot more efficient, you know. Man, you really aren't a normal high school student, are you? It's just a matter of setting a good precedent for yourself in the teacher's eyes. Anyway, you're not one to talk. You're not allowed to use cell phones in school buildings either. I mean, can you say that a rule's broken when there's no one around to enforce the rules? That doesn't even make sense. You know, like the tree falling down when no one's around to hear it thing? Monika gives me a stern expression at first, but it quickly breaks down into a giggle. It's no wonder that you never got into literature code, given the amount of time you spent playing around. Hey, I do some work. Sometimes. You know what they say, always hire lazy people because they'll finish what they have to do in the quickest and most effective way possible. Or something like that. You see, that's why you don't get these privileges. You have to work hard to earn the things you want. A sigh escapes from her lips as she powers on her laptop. I'll have to admit working hard isn't all that fun, though. Y'all all need sleep. Well, I don't need sleep. I'm encouraging others to get sleep, but I'm no better here. You're still here, Rob Master? Okay. Why am I complaining? Getting higher numbers of viewers is good if I want affiliate, but I don't want others to neglect their health because of it. Don't need sleep. You're missing letters. You're clearly tired. I don't... Don't you ever do random fun things in your free time? She doesn't have free time. I don't. It's 2:16. Wow, same for me. Same for me. Actually, no, AM. Yeah, it's 2:16 AM for me too. Sorry. Don't know why. Yeah, don't know why I made that mistake here. Why when Ducky makes a grammar error, you don't care, but when I do it... Y'all all need to sleep. I pointed it out by reading it out loud. Sometimes I like to point out grammar mistakes by just reading them out loud word for word and pointing it out that way. 8 PM for me and I'm tired. Well, what do you expect me to say? Now I know that I complain about people not going to sleep when I should probably be sleeping too with my messed up sleep schedule. But I can care about other people's health without having to care about my own health. Need to sleep. I'm perfectly fine. Another no sleeping for 24 hours. Will be okay. No. I know what it is like to pull all-nighters. You don't pull multiple in a row, okay? If you pull an all-nighter, you go to sleep early the next day. You don't pull multiple in a row, that's not good for you. I know that. Please listen to me. As someone who pulls all-nighters every now and then. All because you need to sleep. Yeah, but y'all all. That's a double all. Please, I'm glad I'm not you. Think I'll be back. Maybe. Maybe in the future, but not today. So go, please. Not an order, not a challenge, just an honest request. Please get some sleep. For your own sake. Don't you ever do random fun things in your free time? Like any hobbies besides tennis, I mean. A hint of blush slowly develops on her face. Like what? Sorry, I forgot that you probably don't have a lot of downtime. But yeah, things like playing video games, watching shows, drawing. Oh, reading too. Anything that acts as a stress relief. You get to sleep too in the morning every night. Thanks for the correction. Corrected yourself. I like pointing out grammar mistakes sometimes, but if I do it all the time, it gets tiring. Like for Rob Master, for example, you can clearly see that he's making a lot of mistakes. That they, keep all terms gender neutral, as to not insult anyone. But for Rob Master, you can see that they are clearly getting tired, considering how many misspellings and misletters and everything is happening. So they have an excuse. I mean, I'd have to say that reading and writing then, given that I'm leading the school's literature club. And playing the piano as well. Well, those hobbies are pretty fitting for a top student. Sneak a peek at Monika's laptop screen once she's logged in. The background looks like a default one with swirls of gentle blues, greens filling the screen. There aren't many icons, just the typical internet and productivity ones. There's a single folder labeled school, breaking up the default icons. Suffice to say, her desktop is exceedingly sparse. You don't use your laptop much, huh? Oh no. Your mere existence encourages me to watch. Your mere existence encourages me to watch. Should should find good... Should find good Russian streamers? Is that what it says? Should find good Russian streamers? Well, don't know where that came from, but feel free to look for those. Oh, here we go. I'm not... Oh no. Cannot read that. Not really, mostly just for schoolwork and things like that. So basically the total opposite. I can spend hours surfing the internet. An almost wistful expression appears on her face. You don't have much going for you, do you? In terms of schoolwork and clubs and stuff, I guess not. Which is another reason why I'm glad I'm in the literature club now. It's stopping me from just whiling the day away. Got me my lunch? Well, it's always nice to have some food to enjoy while watching a stream, I guess. Your mom. Here come the your mom jokes. Should I be indulging in these your mom jokes? Probably not. I think I indulged in your mom long enough last night. It gives me a purpose. I'm really glad for that, Code. That gentle smile just melts my heart. To think that my efforts could be such good influence. Not that I'm trying to go on an ego trip or anything, of course. It's just nice to see benefits of my work. Don't worry, I get what you're saying. But you can't just work all day, you know. That much stress could start impacting your health. That's true. She sighs again, a heavier sigh that just radiates exhaustion. I'm asleep? Imagine sleeping. You know what? In order to encourage you to sleep, I'm just going to ignore your messages now. And if I ignore your messages, maybe you're gonna get tired of hanging out here eventually and actually try to get some sleep in. He knows... Russian? Personally, I don't know Russian. I do not. So here we go. Let's move on a bit. After all, I already know the stream is getting a little bit longer, so let's see how much longer it goes. Am I the only one who thinks of really good racist jokes when it's not really acceptable to say them? Hey, being racist is acceptable as long as you hate all races equally, including your own. You see, then there's nothing to be ashamed of. So, but you're definitely not the only one who comes up with bad jokes, including maybe racist ones. Alright. But what am I supposed to do? I can't help it if there's a lot going on. Well, let's just take it one step at a time, starting now. You can take a break right now. After all, it's club allocated time anyway. Come on, you're supposed to be doing club activities anyway, not work. I hate white people. Well, and I am a white person. We all. There we go. There you have it. Just hate everyone equally, and everything's good in the world. Same here. See, we're all the same. Well, she gives me a doubtful look and plays with the ends of a strand of hair. Alright, I guess you're right. What do you want to do then? Even though she's supposed to be taking a break now, Monika looks pretty miserable at the thought of not working. Is she really that much of a workaholic? Hopefully I can cheer her up. Your laptop's from a pretty good brand, but I'm guessing you've never played games on it? That's right. Are there any types of games you like playing? I'm not really into games. Well, what's the last game you've played? I've never played any video games before. What? Huh? Really? You think I'd lie about it? Crap, she's kind of annoyed now. Sorry, it's just that video games are such a huge part of my life that it's kind of a shocker to realize that it's not a part of everyone's life. Monika sighs yet again. I wonder how many times I'm going to make her sigh today. That's a challenge, isn't it? Here we go again. I will allow this. Allow those messages auto-censoring. It's stupid. I'm the whitest cunt on the planet. I'm also a fanboy, so the only thing stopping me from being a normal Starbucks customer is... Well, I guess there you go. Some nice self-depreciating humor. Always welcome. You're always welcome to insult yourself as long as you know that there are others out there who don't think that lowly of you. Never played any type of video game before in your life? No arcade games or virtual pets even? I'm afraid not. I just never really had the time to get into them. My parents are kinda strict too, so... I've never had to completely introduce anyone to the world of video games before. The prospect of doing so is exciting, yet frightening. Well, I'm sure that there are a lot that would suit you, like visual novels. There's one called Doki Doki Literature Club, it's a really good one. There's a lot of reading-intensive and story-driven games out there. There are probably even poetry-related ones too. Monika raises an eyebrow, shooting me a skeptical look. Look, hand over your laptop and I'll show you. Don't worry, I won't wreck it or anything, I promise. After a slight hesitation, she allows me to take over her laptop. Alright, what to start with? In the end, I settle on downloading an atomic game for her. Bah. Haven't played many of these, considering that they're basically dating sims geared towards women, but Monika might get a kick out of it. It's a fairly silly one too, where instead of guys, you date cats. Okay. Not even anthropomorphic cats, just regular old cats. I load out the game and watch Monika's expression change to one of bewilderment as a glittery lavender title screen featuring photos of cats fills the laptop's display. Installed OSU on her computer. Oh, I've heard talk about that game before. I've never actually played it myself, but I've seen it. Also, cat boys are hot. You know, everyone talks about cat girls all the time. But you have to appreciate the opposite gender as well, let's be honest here. Let's take Felix from ReZero, for example. Oh dear god, here we go again. Let me see if I can read this. Make her sigh more. Breathing exercises are healthy. Well, let's do just that then. Well, you know, maid girls are also pretty hot. There, you happy? I mean, I said it, but they are. I mean, yeah, I said. You can find some pretty interesting stuff on both sides of the spectrum. Now, I consider myself to be a pretty straight guy. But I'd be lying if I didn't say that I don't appreciate some male characters as well. That much you have to admit. Like anything, like if you'd say, yeah, I'm a straight guy, and you don't appreciate any cool-looking guys at all, then you're just lying to yourself. Gentle tinkling melody sounds from the laptop speakers. Nickerful boyfriend? Well, I appreciate all genders because I'm bi. There you go. You know, for a long... That's one of those things. that I had a problem with for a long time. I was never really sure if maybe, considering that I find some male characters kind of interesting, I was never really sure if maybe I was bi, but I never felt too much of an attraction to them. I always was more inclined with female characters. And after a while, so yeah, I never was too sure about it, but I can say pretty certainly that I'm straight personally. But I definitely get where other sexualities are coming from. I'm definitely not one to discriminate here. I grin at her and begin the game. What did I just get myself into? Something extremely fun and life-changing, obviously. Used to think I was ace? Well. And then that definitely not true, though. Well, I mean, that's also natural. People can change their sexual orientations. That's also a thing. Sometimes, with age, you change what you think is attractive. So maybe you really were asexual, and that just changed over time. To read both the opening dialogue, I notice Monika's expression slowly relaxing. Sparkle appears in her eyes as the comedy and absurdity of the game starts to get to her. She even starts chuckling at some lines, although I can tell that she's trying to suppress it. Definitely not true, though. Yeah. Don't know why I read your line twice. But as we continue, I realize that she's nearly leaning out of her seat to look at the laptop on my desk. Here, let's move our desk together so it's easier for you to see. Changed the second I saw someone and said, yeah, that guy looks pretty fucking hot. Well, I guess that's one way to change it. Ah, good idea. I slide my desk up to Monika's and move the laptop so that it's between the two of us. Artwork? This is a work in progress, sorry. Well, it still looks decent. Still looks decent enough. By the way, I've played through this game already, so you can progress the text yourself now. Let's take a look at it anyway. There we go. I've seen... Eldritch. Skin trees. Armpits. Tongues. Myself. In the mirror. Oh, wow. Yeah, yourself in the mirror. Eldritch horrors. Yeah. Can't we all relate to that one? Besides, you probably read way faster than I do. Thanks, Cole. That's pretty thoughtful of you. Now that we're sitting so close together, she's practically pressed up. We'll practically get pressed. Now that we're sitting so close together, we're practically pressed up against each other. Can't help but think about how warm she feels against me. Seeing a peek at her face, it doesn't seem like she realized the situation we're in. Or maybe she's just used to it. After all, I wouldn't be surprised if she had a lot of experience with love. In fact, there are plenty of guys who would kill to be in my position right now. So, maybe this is totally normal for her. Come to think of it, this might be totally normal in general. Maybe I've just isolated myself from everyone so much so that I've been missing out on regular high school life. Really don't want to end up a handholdless and kissless high school graduate. But is it really possible that someone could like me in that way? Well, I should probably just focus on the here and now instead of thinking about depressing things like that. At any rate, Monika's doing that right now. She's completely absorbed in the game.
What is this choice? How am I supposed to choose between Yuta and Sakutaro?
You don't choose in these games. You just play through it again. I'm really glad she's enjoying this. Don't know what I would have done if she ended up hating all video games. This goes to show, seemingly perfect students are people too.
You know, when you suggested that we play video games together, I didn't expect you to show me a weird dating thing.
Hey, I thought that a visual novel would be a good way for you to dip your toes into the waters of gaming. It's funny too. I figured that the humor could help with your stress.
Well, you figured correctly, because this is actually really funny.
Anyway, more importantly, you don't choose, you just quit the game. No, you replay. The only thing you have to choose is which path you go down first. Whose route are you going after? Like, who do you want to romance?
They're not real people, so it's kind of hard to say.
Just pretend they're real people.
I think I'd have to pick Kazuichi. He's really kind-hearted, and it seems like he's the type to listen without holding any judgment. He's gentle yet strong and reliable, so you get a feeling of comfort from him. Not to mention he's really smart too.
So I'm guessing that's your type then. Monika's cheeks faintly redden at my words.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Either way, you have good taste. His road is pretty interesting.
Hey, don't you spoil anything.
Alright. Just watch out for all the flags then.
Flags?
Yep, they're events and lines of dialogue that have heavy foreshadowing. For instance, if Kazuichi told you something like, "You'll never leave me, will you?" that might be a death flag. Or at least something will probably happen in the future to separate the two of you.
I see. You'll never leave me, will you, Code?
Huh?
You better watch out for your impending doom now.
That's not a line I'd expect to come out of Monika's mouth. That's not how it works anyway. I'ma go live. Alright then. If you're still live by the time I finish the stream, which you might be, considering I think your streams are usually a bit longer than mine if I'm not wrong. Well, maybe not longer than this stream, we'll see. Then yeah, you know I'm gonna raid you again, as always. If not, you know, I can always find someone to raid, I guess. Some random person who doesn't have many viewers. The death flag pops up for the person who says the line, not for the player, or me, I guess.
My bad then. That line was really too cheesy though. I could barely keep a straight face while saying it.
To be honest, I wouldn't mind if Monika said that kind of thing to me more though. Not a romantic type then?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Trying to be the mysterious type then?
Hey, I'm not a visual novel character, alright? You can't just box a person into an archetype.
Oh yeah, of course, Monika, of course you're not a visual novel character. Right, I get it. I do plenty of inhuman noises. Poses and faces for it to be Eldritch. No more saying cuss words, guys. What kind of cuss words? What happened? I mean, I can say, I can curse if I want to. As someone who is just starting out, my channel is small enough that no one really cares about what I do. Plus, over on YouTube, I'm not even monetized, so I don't have to worry about getting demonetized. I am entirely safe to curse, as long as I don't say anything that will get me banned, you know.
Hmm.
So you say.
let's just focus on the game again. Ah, sorry Code, I totally lost track of time. We should actually get back to sharing poems now.
That's alright, I forgot about time as well. Guess that's a mark of how engrossing the game is.
The conversation wasn't that bad either.
Glad that my route isn't too boring. Honestly though, I'm really happy that you liked the game.
Thanks for showing it to me. I needed a laugh, and a silly game like that was just perfect. I like to think I have a good sense of humor, and its writing hit the nail on its head.
Does that mean that I have good taste then?
Maybe.
Well, shall we get going? Monika nods, but then pauses a little.
Hey Code, sorry that I was a bit short with you before. If I seem irritable sometimes, just know that it's not anyone's fault.
What's going on now? What's that? Like horseradish? Oh no, horseradish is horrible. How could you say that? Don't say something as abhorrent as horseradish on this Christian stream.
It's just easy to get stressed with all the responsibilities I have to deal with.
It's fine, really. Everyone has their off days.
Well, thanks. Okay, everyone. Let's all share our poems while we still have some time left.
Haven't really thought about it until now, but Monika's kind of reserved, isn't she? She's definitely not shy, but I think that she puts a lot of effort into maintaining a certain image. Get the feeling that it might be hard to get to know her true self. There we go, that's the first extra done. Monika's second exclusive, let's go. This will definitely take less time than getting the Sayori ending, Jesus. Didn't expect that one. Hey Monika, what are you up to? I approach Monika, who is sitting at a desk and doing some sort of work as usual. She responds to me without looking up.
Hi Code, I'm just finishing up some paperwork.
I slide into the desk beside her. I'm guessing that it's for the club. Finally, glancing up from the papers, she smiles sheepishly.
These are actually unrelated to the club.
4 hours can still happen? I don't think so. Oh, you mean like cracking 4 hours overall? Not 4 hours from. 4 hours overall might be possible. Yeah, 4 hours overall might be possible. 4 hours from where we were, definitely not. But 4 hours overall, I think we might be able to reach that point, possibly. Now that I think about it. Unless I speedrun the rest of the game now. Which I won't, let's face it. Let's face it, at this point, 4 hours seem almost unavoidable. We don't know for sure yet, though. Monika, didn't we just talk about taking much-needed breaks yesterday?
I know. These are really important, though. There are forms that I need to fill out as class rep. I won't have time to finish them at home today, so I'm just doing them now.
Good night. Yeah, good night. Now that I got you to respond, you really wanted me to respond to you, didn't you? Even after I said that I wouldn't, because I wanted you to go to bed. Well, maybe this is your final good night and you're not just joking around again. We'll see. We'll see. If you pop up again, we'll see. How much do you have to fill out?
Not much more, I'm nearly done.
We lapse into silence as Monika's pen continues to move down the page. She's using a fountain pen. The dark blue ink shines brightly on the stark whiteness of the paper, dulling as it dries. I wonder if I shouldn't have approached Monika, given that she's so busy today. Yui has her head in a book, Natsuki is puttering away in the closet, and Sayori's disappeared somewhere. I'll just stay here for now. I don't think my mere presence would be that bothersome.
Alright, I'm done.
Oh, I was expecting you to have more to do.
I did say that I didn't have much work to do.
Right. What are you gonna do with your newfound freedom then?
Not so fast. I still have to turn these in. Wanna come with?
Sure thing, where to? Far be it from me to turn Monika down.
The faculty room.
After you then. We stand up and head for the door.
Yuri's and Sayuri's off to gather supplies, and I'm stepping out for a bit. You're in charge until one of us is back.
Startled, Yuri looks up from her novel, like a deer caught in the headlights.
I'll do my best. Thanks.
I shoot Yuri an apologetic look and follow Monika out the classroom. Yuri doesn't seem too happy with her new responsibilities.
Oh, she'll be fine.
Good night, mate. Yeah. Let's see if it's actually good night. Hopefully it is. So I'm back. I was getting water. Water is nice. Water is good. You know what? You reminded me to hydrate, and hydration is something I might really need right now. So hang on a second. There we go. Cider. Also, wow, well. Again, personally, me, not that much of a fan of alcohol, but you do you. Why did you put Natsuki in charge? Why would you put Natsuki in charge? I don't think that's... I mean, she's really nice, but putting her in charge doesn't seem like a great idea.
Well, for one thing, Natsuki's doing her own thing in the closet.
Yeah, Natsuki won't come out of the closet unless someone pulls her out.
And for another, Yuri's not unreliable. I guess she might have trouble talking if a stranger comes to the classroom. But I doubt that anything's going to happen while we're away.
Alright, makes sense. We round a corner in the hall. Monika seems to anticipate each turn a few steps ahead. I don't think it'd be reminiscent to assume that Monika spent a lot of time running errands to and from the faculty room. Big Christian boy, no alcohol, only holy water, yes. Absolutely. So wine. Not quite. Not quite. There's... non-alcoholic... There's non-alcoholic cider? Well, to be honest, I don't really drink non-alcoholic versions of usually alcoholic drinks either. I know, it's amazing to what lengths I'll go. But that's me. I know that I'm kind of unreasonable in that department. But that's just how it is. I can never decode those, so I don't even try. You'll learn to try. If the only person who's talking on your stream writes like that, then you try to read it. And after you've spent at least one stream trying to read it, you're good enough that you read it when it... you're good enough that you can decipher it to the point where you'll have to... where you're basically forced to try to decipher the rest, and after a while you just get used to it. And there we go. Life without whiskey? Hell no. Well, that's your choice. You mean holy water. Yes, of course. Of course, the only water I drink is holy water. Is to assume, yeah. Speaking of Natsuki, what's she even doing in the closet?
I think it's been mentioned before, but Natsuki keeps her manga collection in the club room. Apparently her dad's prejudiced against manga or something. Anyway, have you noticed that the manga in the bookshelf is gone? That's because Natsuki relocated it to the closet.
Isn't manga banned from the school premises? I know that it's out of sight now, but even so.
Oh, I was able to argue on Natsuki's behalf to the club advisor. I wasn't the debate club president for nothing, you know.
Ah, right. Man, I wish you could have argued for me all those times the teacher took away my manga.
The difference between you and Natsuki is that she doesn't read it in class. And I've never heard you comment the literary values of manga before.
Fair point. While we're on the topic of unconventional forms of literature, though, have you played any more visual novels I showed you yesterday?
I'm sorry, were you expecting me to finish it?
Monika's guilty expression causes me to quickly leap to assuage her conscience. No, of course not. I was just wondering where you were at, so I wouldn't accidentally spoil anything.
Oh, alright then. Consider it as always, Code.
It's nothing. So, you haven't played any more of the game then?
No, I haven't.
Well, I'll just tell you that there's more to the game than it would lead you to believe.
Oh, how so?
There's actually a darker side to the game that you unlock after you find all the normal endings. Ooh, we're getting slightly into Doki Doki territory. So once you finish it, I'd recommend that you replay it for that extra depth.
Interesting.
I never knew there was alcoholic cider. Well, I guess you know now. There's a lot of alcoholic stuff out there.
Interesting.
Yep, that dark side is actually part of the reason why I chose that specific game to show you. Because it kind of shows how games aren't just mindless forms of entertainment. There are plenty that have more depth to them when you actually pay attention. If you dislike it when people write off games without trying... I really dislike it when people write off games without trying them. Appearances can be deceiving, and most of the time it's just people's prejudice getting in the way.
Wow, Code, you're more like Natsuki than I thought.
Which is why she's best girl. Eh?
Come on, you just gave me a video game. You just gave me a video games are literature spiel.
Huh, so I did. Well, it's what I believe in, so...
Don't worry, I'm thoroughly convinced. And I agree with your central premise. People's preconceptions often narrow their mindsets. Many people automatically express distaste for literature and poetry without really trying to get into it as well. It's not boring if you try to figure out what the author is trying to say, nor if you try to appreciate all the techniques the author used to say it.
I guess that this is your writing tip of the day?
I won't let you off that easy. Just wait until we share poems for a good one.
Well, I guess that was my gaming tip for the day then. Even though I didn't really have anything to do with actual playing games.
I guess that it's a universal thing, appearances being different from the content. You could say that it applies to people as well. Most people are made up of many different layers.
Yeah, like an onion.
Well, there are probably more poetic ways to put it.
Yeah, and less ogre ways to put it.
But yeah, like an onion.
Onions! Layers! Yeah, I know. No. Yeah. That's just how it is. Layers and onions. This game sure loves making references. Or, well, this mod at least loves making references. We share a chuckle as we approach the faculty room.
I'll be right back.
I lean against the wall as Monika slips through the doors. And as she said, it's not long before she's back. This time without papers in hand. Everything good?
Yep. I don't know what I would have done if I had to do it all over again or something like that.
Don't think that you'd ever have to worry about that.
You never know if I let my guard down and become sloppy.
I think that your sloppy work would probably still be better than my best work. Besides, even if you make a mistake, it's not the end of the world. There's nothing wrong with starting over.
Better to do it right the first time, though. I wouldn't want to waste any time after all.
Well, that's true.
Anyway, shall we head back?
Fine by me. We start walking back the way we came, slower this time. No, don't word it like that. Word what like that? The onions thing? The layers? Hang on, I need to get in here again and see if I can read this. Shrek is the best novel. It's poetic. The sloppy work thing, I mean, sloppy work, better than my best work. Well, I guess then don't word it like that. You hear that, game? Don't word it like that. I'm not wording anything like anything. Because I don't know how words work. We start walking back the way we came, slower this time. Although Monika still walks with purpose, it seems like a weight has been lifted from her shoulders, at least momentarily. She's not so much in a rush anymore.
What's up?
I was just wondering what other clubs are up to right now.
They're probably busy preparing for the festival. It's a good opportunity to showcase the talents of the club, as well as recruit new members.
That's true. That reminds me, is our club not going to do anything for the festival?
Don't worry, I was going to talk about that during the club meeting today. I can't spoil anything though, so you'll have to wait until then to hear about it.
Should I play a game or watch anime? I'll have the stream running in the back though, so I'm not going. I mean, you can do whatever you want. Like, honestly, personally, when I'm watching a stream, I usually prefer to play games in the meantime if I want to do something else. Because when watching anime, you have to concentrate on two things at once. Whereas with games, you can at least listen to the stream, even if you're concentrating a little bit more on the game. That's why I usually prefer it to play games and have streams running in the background as like extra entertainment. So, but in the end, it's your choice, it's your preference. I like to think that the main character is like turning around to narrate the story while the other characters watch in confusion. Of course. You know what? That's headcanon. That's a good headcanon. Actually, you wanna check out what the other clubs are doing in that case?
You mean to spy on them?
Think of it more as inspiration.
Well,
a mischievous glint appears in her eyes.
We might as well scope out the competition.
Ha! It'll be a secret mission for the ages.
So which club do you want to visit first?
Let's look at the track team first. I'm curious to know what they could put together for the festival.
Sounds like a plan.
We turn to head around to head in the opposite direction. Excuse me, what? We turn to head around to head in the opposite direction. Well, that's nice wording. I guess. What? What? Whoa, wait a second. I don't recognize this artwork. So you're saying me, the writer having a stroke, or are we? Maybe both. But you're telling me that they even have unused backgrounds in this game that we only get to see in these unused Monika character routes. Because this background, I'm pretty certain, never appeared in the actual game, in any character route we went for. So this was entirely unused. Okay then. As we walk through the halls, alternating patches of golden sunlight streaming through the windows, and cool shadows fall over us. One moment warmth, the next a slight chill. Our footsteps echo through the halls, at once lovely yet somehow comforting in its departure from the norm of bustling noise that usually fills the halls. Comfortable silence settles over us as we walk. It's a far cry from the banter between us when we were walking to the faculty room, but the silence almost feels more intimate. Throughout the windows, I can see the baseball team practicing in the distance. The nearly setting sun bathes everything in a golden-orange glow. Soon it will be dark, and the noise of the city will return with the nightlife. But for now, all is quiet. They made new character gifts and new backgrounds, but couldn't do a double check on the writing. Don't worry, it's not the only mistake. I've seen multiple mistakes in the past. I often point them out. But you can complain about some of these things going wrong. Plus, let's face it, they probably didn't need to double check this stuff, considering that we're playing content that isn't even in the main game. We're playing unfinished extras. So, I think we can kind of let them off the hook for any mistakes here, in this particular case. But yeah, I'm multitasking this with Crash 4 and being silent with my sleeping grandma in the room. Wow. Well, look at you multitasking then. And look at me multitasking, reading chat, deciphering messages, and playing a game. Not nearly as impressive though, considering the very little dialogue. Point them out because it's part of my job. Feel free to point that stuff out. We all want to. Maybe we've all had too much holy water. Yes, absolutely. Didn't even realize, I don't know if I was even trying to say anything. I thought it was just gibberish. No, this entire time that's been actual stuff. You haven't been able to read any of it? I've been keeping up with his messages. They are messages. Why do I always default to male? It's stupid. Don't default to male. Default to gender neutral. Still trying to wrap my head around that. It's annoying. But for now, all is quiet. Peaceful. Used to seldom stay after school of my own accord, but now that I'm doing so, I have to admit, there's just something about empty schools. Conjures up an almost indescribable feeling, like time has stopped somehow. Especially in the afternoon glow. It's as if the empty school is captured in a snapshot of a sepia photo. Best novel, it's poetic. Yeah, there you go. Trying to decipher that stuff now, huh? The faint echoes of footsteps and distant doors shutting from those who are left seems like mere ghosts of the past day. Guess that makes Monika and I ghosts too. If only we could just abandon all responsibilities and drift away. But that's just wishful thinking. Do you stay after school a lot?
Well, I've always been in clubs, so...
Yes. You guessed right. Well, I'm still gonna try to keep it gender neutral. For as many people as possible. Because I just want to avoid slip-ups. As much as possible. His and you, and that's it. It's his, you guessed right. So, there. Deciphering it. It's magic. Oh, right, I was just thinking about how it's peaceful when schools are empty.
Yeah. It's a bit lonely, but at the same time, having more people around would ruin the peaceful feeling.
Yeah.
I've always thought that the golden hour was beautiful as well.
The golden hour?
It's the time right after the sun rises and before the sun sets, where everything is tinted by yellow and oranges.
Ah, so like right now then.
That's right, I wish that it lasted longer. But nothing gold can stay.
That's pretty poetic. Depressing too.
Huh? I didn't come up with that myself. It's the title and last line of one of Robert Frost's poems.
Ah, I see. I guess that explains why it's poetic. He sounds like an interesting guy, though. Gotta check out his poems sometime.
His poems are really interesting as well.
By this time, we've reached one of the school's back exits. I don't think we've seen this either. We've already seen 2 new backgrounds in a completely scrapped character route. Wow. Think of all the work that went into this and then ended up not getting used properly. Step outside, a cool breeze ruffles my hair and makes the ends of Monika's hair ribbon dance. It's kind of chilly, isn't it?
It is nearly sunset, not to mention we're in November right now.
I wonder if we'll have a white Christmas this year.
I hope so. I just love snow.
Shivering, we make our way towards the track, where the track team's club room and the sports equipment storage shed are close by. All that glitters is gold. Are you just gonna recite lyrics from All Star right now? Since we're talking about the masterpiece that is Shrek. Oh, that reminds me. Isn't the tennis team doing anything for the festival?
We are actually. I'm class rep and president of the literature club though, so the vice captain's taking over those duties since I have to manage 2 events already for the festival.
That makes sense. You'd be swamped otherwise. You know, I'm sure that's not intentional. But the word swamped, after we've been talking about Shrek again, it feels like a bad pun. And I'm not sure what to think about that.
You should check out my class's cafe during the festival, by the way.
Only if you promise that I won't get food poisoning.
I'll personally pay your medical bills if that happens.
We quiet down as we reach the club room. However, even though we're quiet, the people inside the room aren't. The track team's as boisterous as ever, so much so that we can't even hear snippets of the conversation from outside. There seems to be an argument going on inside. Although, to be honest, I can't tell whether I am hearing happy or angry outbursts. It's just the way the track team is. Loud. Monika raises an eyebrow at me, and I reply with a shrug. They've got a lot of energy, huh?
Well, they are the track team.
We slowly approach the door's window to peek inside. But before we can reach it, the door flies open with a bang. We flinch as the quiet is suddenly shattered by the voice coming from within the club room. Imagine living in a country with medical bills. Oh. I feel bad for Americans when it comes to medical costs. Like, how expensive is it to ride on an ambulance again? Like, that alone costs you like a fortune. Not to mention treatment. I couldn't imagine that stuff. Doctor, I have the cold. Ah, yes, that'll be $1 billion for medicine. No, you're lucky if you even need that. You just need that much money for the diagnosis, first of all. Right? And then add medicine on top of it. Visual novels work better with what? Kinect? Not sure I got that. A petite girl wearing striped stockings dashes out from the club room, turning her head to yell back at the team members. Isn't that Emmy? Or was it supposed to be a random girl, and they just don't have any new sprites for her? Half of that, and that's an achievement for me. Fair.
Whatever you guys, figure it out then. I'm gonna hit the track before it gets totally dark.
She flings the door shut and turns towards the track, nearly running into us.
Oh crap. Sorry, didn't see you there.
She looked kind of familiar.
It's fine, huh? more importantly, is everything alright in there? Oh, them? Yeah, they're fine. We're just arguing over festival things. Well, were you guys just about to knock?
Oh god, I can't do it. I don't know what voice she had. Kinda. We just wanted to take a peek at what you guys were doing. Sparkle appears in the girl's eyes.
Are these new members I spy? We're just a bit curious.
Girl best. Alright, girl is best girl, I guess. I think her name is Emmy. I think she has a name, unless that's a placeholder sprite because they didn't have a new one. I think it's her though, since the main character said she looks familiar. And Emmy is on the track team, as far as I remember. Man who can do a convincing lolly voice, I'm proud. Well then. Be proud of that, because my vocal range is not that amazing.
Curious about the team, right? Since you're gonna be new members?
The girl suddenly seems to be much more intimidating with her overbearing excitement. Well,
in that case, I'm at your disposal. Ask me anything.
Monika and I exchange glances. In that case, what's the track team doing for the festival?
How about that? Well, you guys heard them in there? We haven't really decided that yet. But I'll have you know that whatever we're doing will be really good.
You must be great at scamming people in video games with that voice. True, if you can do any kind of cute female voice, you can scam a lot of people in video games to give you free stuff. From what I know, there's a lot of Sims out there. I mean, deep down, aren't we all Sims? But there are a lot of people who take the simping more seriously and simp for random girls they met online, or random supposed girls even. Oh, absolutely. There you go, take advantage of those people.
If everyone's as enthusiastic as you are, then I'm sure it will be.
The girl sighs, her mood seemingly dampened a bit by Monika's words.
That's the problem. Not all of them are so passionate. Man, I wish there was a whole team of me's. Anyway, that's why we need to go-getters, like the two of you on the team.
I don't want to join the track team, but I feel like I'm going to really disappoint the girl if I don't do it. Feels like I'm being swept up in a hurricane of excitement with her. Wait, I have the literature club though. Must resist.
I'm sure you'll be able to convince new people to join during the festival, especially if you're the spokesperson. Thanks! Oh shoot! Sorry, I gotta get changed so I can run before night falls. See you at the festival!
The girl runs off with a wave and a smile. Thank God she's gone. It's useful for hunting pedos too. Hunt them down. Destroy them all. Considering there are a lot of those out there still hiding and taking random people. Now, I'm gonna out myself as a Naxtaku fan here. I saw the video of him recently where he was like tricking people into thinking he was an underaged girl. To be fair, that just goes to show that there are far too many people out there who really don't mind. Even if the person is underaged, and that's just, oh dear God. It's scaring the fuck out of guys at bars. I guess that's also a nice useful skill, scaring people by just putting up a lolly voice all of a sudden. Somehow I feel really drained after talking to her.
Too much excitement.
Yup, let's head back. I sigh once we're back in the school building. Safe territory once again, no sports for me. Who was that girl anyway?
I think she's a third year. If I remember correctly, she's won a bunch of awards for track.
So it's not Emmy, it was just a placeholder then. Huh. 2021 Chris Hansen? Alrighty then. I guess she's got a right to be so enthusiastic then. We're heading back to the club room now.
Actually, is it okay if we take a look at the light music club too? They're the club that I'm most interested in at the moment, aside from the literature club, of course.
Sure thing. Monika leads the way to the music room. It was mentioned the other day that she played her piano, so I guess she's spending a lot of time in there too. However, the room is completely quiet when we get there. Guess they're not having a meeting today.
That's fine. Let's go in anyway.
And again, haven't seen this before. That's 3 new backgrounds in this completely scrapped character out. She slides the door open as she speaks. The room is actually quite large and spacious. A variety of different instruments are stored in the room, and there are plenty of chairs lined up in neat rows. In the corner, it's an elegant-looking grand piano.
Since the Light Music Club isn't meeting up today, let's make a little music ourselves.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come on, Code.
With a smile playing on her lips, Monika grabs my hands and leads me over to the piano. Oh, she's taking initiative. She sits on the bench and pats the empty space beside her. Work in progress, sorry, again. Yeah, you can see that this character art was definitely scrapped, but it still looks decent. I say that again, like the previous one. When I sit down, I realize that we're close enough for our shoulders to brush against each other. That is, we're too close together for me to fully relax.
Do you play any instruments?
Huh? Oh no, not really. My dad tried to get me into playing the piano actually, but his attempt kind of fell flat. Once I was bored and drunk, so went to the bar with a wig on. Very feminine, and the bar's full of creeps. Women don't go there because of it. Sat down. Literally 5 minutes after sitting down, a guy came up to me, telling cute. I grabbed the wig, pulled it off, and said, "Thanks, man." Just imagine walking up to a cute girl and then all of a sudden, "Thanks, man." Best if you do it in your deepest voice as well. But the attempts fell kind of flat.
I see.
Yeah, sometimes I wish that I was more serious about it as a kid. Then would have had at least one talent by now.
Well, you can learn with me right now then.
Huh? Yeah, I guess you are, right? She smiles at me as she lightly glides her fingers over the keys. Here we go. A girl... Hang on. Girl threatened to kill me when I proposed to her in 3rd grade. There was never a simp within me. Won't even try to decode. Here we go. Let me reread this full sentence. A girl threatened to kill me when I proposed to her in 3rd grade. There was never a simp within me. I think I got that right. I hope. In which case, I feel very sorry for you if you got dumped so early on. I wasn't even trying to propose to anyone in 3rd grade. Or ever. Now, it's wrong to say that I never had a crush. But we all know that that stuff is just... You all know that I am very lonely, otherwise I wouldn't have said that stuff about Valentine's Day. So you know how that crush worked out. I was just simping. Back in the day, bringing presents like every Valentine's Day with chocolates and a card and everything. And never really got any inclination from her that she likes me, despite her being fully aware of how much stuff I was giving her, especially on Valentine's Day. It took me a while to realize that it just wasn't working out in my favor. Convinced her with the honeymoon plans, say about Valentine's Day, that I just pretend it doesn't exist. I ignore it as much as possible. Because otherwise I'm just reminded about my loneliness. Too much confidence ends up with me telling a crush I like them a few days after I realized I do. Well, I'm not sure how often that stuff would work out then, because you need to give them enough time, as far as I'm aware. What did I miss? We're still in Monika's post-game. We're getting work in progress artwork. And we've gotten 3 new backgrounds in this run so far that never appeared in any actual character route. So 3 new backgrounds in a completely scrapped character route. That's what's been going on. Just miss my ex. Well, as someone who's never been in an actual committed relationship before, can't say that I miss anyone of my past. Other than, you know, friends. Maybe, slightly. But hey man, again. Hey, individual. But no, hey man can be used gender neutral. You can talk to other people who aren't a man and just say, hey man, it's fine. It's gender neutral enough. But you'll find someone. You'll find someone again. Better to never have and never lose than to have it and have lost it. You know, opinions on that actually differ. That's like a big question. Is it better to have loved and have it not work out, or to have never loved at all? Opinions are very split on that, but I can see your opinion on it, definitely. She smiles at me as she lightly glides her fingers across the keys.
Do you remember anything about it?
Yep, I remember stubbornly refusing to practice and frustrating my father. She convinced me to run with her out back. Hang on. Outback archery collection. Am I reading that right? That would definitely be a bad place if she says if she threatens to kill you. Yeah. Besides, I was the one to break up because I'm too picky. Wow. Well, I guess you have your standards then. You'll find the right one eventually, I hope. Crush on a psycho, dude. I mean, maybe it's best that it didn't work out considering the threats. Now I'm talking about Krilivanov in this case. But yeah. And maybe Dragonauts also. I have, apparently, so... Well, can't say that I have had a crush on a psychopath. And I hope I'll never get to that point. Maybe. Yep, I remember stubbornly, yeah, I read this. Feel a bit guilty about the younger me's behavior every time I visit his house and see his piano. I remember where the middle C is, at least. Position my hands the way I was taught when I was a kid and struggle to recall more from within my murky memories. I was never really any good at reading music, but I can't play by ear either, so I guess you can call me, you can treat me as a total newbie to this.
Well, I don't happen to have any sheet music on hand anyway. I am no expert at it either, though. I only recently picked up the piano, so I can't play much.
Point of my career, he's not too affectionate, but still doesn't ignore me. Well, that's good. As long as you have someone supportive, who's not too clingy. I mean, I guess that's pretty good. I don't know how much more you could ask, really.
I really like practicing, though. You could say it's kind of therapeutic for me.
That makes sense. I mean, music can be really soothing. Monika's fingers start drifting across the keys again.
The piano is really versatile too. Can be slow and methodical if I want, or fast and spontaneous. It's really just a nice outlet for emotions.
More so than poetry?
You can't really compare the two. But there are some things that I can't describe too well with words. Things that you just have to feel to get.
Monika closes her eyes as she slowly plings her way through a scale. She turns to look at me once she's done.
Isn't it crazy, Code? How humans have somehow evolved to want to create? How people are able to create abstract something out of nothing?
Yeah, I suppose so. Almost went out with a weird girl once. The lads had to make me take a step back and look at what I was getting myself into. So I nearly dated a psycho, I guess. Well, gotta thank your friends in that case. Made you dodge a bullet. I'm memeing here, but I ain't. Do not date a gamer girl. Any particular reason as to why? They're all e-thoughts and will cheat on you. Oh. Well, there probably are some exceptions, but I think I can see what you mean. Pay any attention to... Yeah. As always, there are always going to be exceptions. You can't just put everyone in the same category and expect it to work. But I'm guessing that from what you say, there's a certain majority in there that falls into that category. Don't really know how to respond. This is me speaking to Yuri all over again. I guess it's kind of unique how humans are able to build up on other people's progress as well. Just like how you're using an instrument that someone else invented to create sounds that have never been heard before.
This is how civilization was born, eh?
Sounds like you had one and lost one, learned from 2 bad experiences. Wow. Sound like you were experienced. Well, look at you showing off your many relationships, even if a lot of them didn't work out. And then you have someone like me, forever alone. Well, not like I'm forever alone though. I have you guys and girls and everything in between. That's all I need, I guess. What kind of gamer girl are you talking about? Well, I guess your comment is a little bit late. We're talking about the ones that are kind of thoughts and just go out with anyone. Her hands move lightly over the black and white keys as she picks out a melody. It's quite simple, but that only adds to its charm.
Why don't you try playing something?
I don't know how to play anything though.
Come on, it's just the 2 of us in here.
So it is.
It doesn't matter if it's any good as long as you try.
So you say.
Let's play a duet.
So we shall.
Just follow my lead and play from your heart.
So I will.
Remember, I'm a beginner too, so it's not like you'll have a hard time following along.
So you are. So we shall. You say that, but...
No buts.
Monika starts to play slowly but deliberately. She raises an eyebrow at me, and with a sigh I put my long-forgotten muscle memory to the test. The sudden flurry of euphorious notes bursting forth from my fingertips visibly shocks Monika. Just kidding. The discordant noise that sounds from my clumsy fingers causes Monika to recoil a little. To say that this was a bad idea would be an understatement. Told you that I was bad.
I'll have to admit I expected that you'd remember a bit more. Well, you needed some more practice, though.
Right, well, it's getting kind of late, so We should hurry back.
I suppose it is.
Monika slowly rises as I quickly shoot to my feet, embarrassed. But in my haste, I trip over myself. Yeah! The first thing I'm aware of is the throbbing pain in my forehead. The second thing I'm aware of is the pair of brilliant emerald eyes only a few inches away from me. Smooth. I instinctively jump away from her. My face begins to heat up. Ow. What happened?
You kind of knocked our heads together there.
Crap, are you okay? I would love to practice piano again, but I'm always worried about someone hearing me, and I have bad anxiety about that. That's fair. It's... Shantav? Oh god, trying to read code while at the same time having it be coded. Trying to decode something that's at the same time written like that is definitely interesting. Once he found out a group of fishes called a school. There we go! The American jokes. Making fun of every nationality here. Though I guess Americans more so than a lot of others by now. Wow. I should really get going with this game. We're already 1.5 hours over my usual stream time, and I want to finish this, and we still have one more extra to go through. So I'm gonna focus a little bit more on the game from now on, okay? Great. Crap, are you okay?
I'll be fine, probably.
I'm really sorry, Monika. Are you sure you don't need to lie down or something?
Code, are you always more energetic after head injuries? I'm fine, really. Actually, I'm more worried that we won't have enough time now to share poems, so let's hurry back to the classroom.
If you say so, but I'm gonna keep a close eye on you. Tell me if you feel dizzy or have blurry vision or anything like that.
I said I was fine, didn't I?
Still.
Let's just hurry back.
We make our way back to the classroom at a brisk pace. Don't think people with head trauma are supposed to do that. Wow. We are very worried about her, aren't we? But in the end, we make it back to the classroom in one piece. It seems that Sayori is already back as well. Monika rushes to the front of the classroom to gather everyone's attention.
Okay, everyone.
Meanwhile, I return to my seat and try to steady my breathing. Somehow, I don't think either of us will be bringing up what happened anytime soon. But for now, I should make an attempt at clearing my head. After all, it's poem sharing time. Alright, one more. Extras. Monika's Sunday scene. It's already Sunday. The day that Monika's coming over to my house to work on festival pamphlets with me. A day that one of the most popular girls in my school is coming over to my house, where we'll be alone together the whole day. The closer it gets to the time that Monika's supposed to arrive, the more nervous I am. I'm practically buzzing with nervous energy, and I decide to succumb to a last-minute cleaning frenzy. I'm not that much of a messy person, but living alone in a big house, I've kind of let things go. The fact that I haven't had someone over in forever doesn't help matters either. Actually, that's probably where most of my anxiety is stemming from. A sudden ring at the doorbell startles me into dropping the couch cushions I was holding. Ah, crap. I lost track of the time in my panic, toss the cushions onto the couch and rush over to open the door.
Hi, Code.
Hey. It's a strange feeling seeing Monika in casual clothes. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I kind of expected that she would show up at my door in her school uniform.
Are you alright? You seem a little out of breath.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine.
Okay, that's good. Wouldn't want you out of commission now, would we? Well, your doorstep isn't too uncomfortable to a place to work, I guess.
Oh, right, let's head inside.
Lead the way.
I feel myself turning red as I let her in. Have I always been this awkward? Yes. I'm just going to attribute the sudden lack of my sudden lack of social skills to a combination of Monika's casual clothes and being alone in the house with her. Even with our... Oh dear God. Even with our president, we couldn't find a safe couldn't find a safe in Ukraine. How do you decipher this shit? I'm gonna be back. Getting cake. Alright, you get something to eat. You get something to eat. I'm not that good at deciphering it either, but I've gotten better. Couldn't find a safe. Yeah, no, I'm not even gonna try here. Because after all, I need progress to be made. Sorry. Is that all you brought? Although Monika said that she'd bring all the materials today, she's only carrying her school bag with her. Weren't you going to bring things like art supplies and paper?
No, we have everything we need right here.
Huh? As we sit down on the couch, Monika slides her laptop out of her bag and places it on the coffee table.
I was thinking about it last night when I was just about to start gathering up all the materials. Wouldn't it be such a hassle to write everything out ourselves?
It's a pun. Yeah, I kind of got that. Putin, if I saw that correctly. But yeah.
It wouldn't look that professional either, right? So I decided to just do everything digitally. Sorry for not letting you know earlier. I figured that you wouldn't be too bothered about it anyway.
That's a pretty good idea. If this is going to help speed things up and improve efficiency, I have no objections. I don't know if I have enough ink in my printer to print out that many pamphlets, though.
In that case, how about we go to the library and get everything sorted out? I know one nearby that makes high quality copies, and since I go there a lot, they give me really good prices too.
Did you make your... Yes. To answer your question, yes. And I know it's noticeable. My lack of artistic skills has really shown itself as always. Sounds like a plan, though. Watch as Monika quickly opens up a pamphlet template in a text document.
Let's see.
Also, is way in Russian? Okay then.
The way they fly and after image of a crimson eye, my meadow and jump.
Those are the poems we're reciting for the festival?
Come to think of it, you never told me which poem you wanted to use.
Good thing I had the foresight to prepare for this. Oh, I ended up settling on one I found earlier called Acquainted with the Night.
Ah, the one by Robert Frost?
I am not surprised that you know it, but yeah, that one.
Good choice, I'll just look up the poem right now so I can copy and paste it into the document.
Her fingers fly deftly over the keyboard as she works. Guess I'll end up not doing much today.
I'm curious to know why you specifically chose that poem, though.
I should have expected that Monika would ask that. Time to whip out my literary thinking cap. First of all, I guess that I just liked how it sounded. There was a certain rhythm when I heard it that made me keep wanting to read more.
You were talking about the iambic pentameter, right? When the stressed and unstressed syllables of the words alternate, to create an almost musical beat.
Yep, that's right. It's almost like a song or something the way it works. I also kind of like the theme of the poem. You could say that kinda resonated with me.
Oh, how so?
Well, the poet was inspired by his experiences with depression when he wrote the poem. And although I've never had depression before, I could relate to the feelings of isolation and uncertainty in it.
Those feelings are quite universal, aren't they?
Yeah, you could say that.
You should talk about poetry more, Code. Yeah, I could see you being really good at literary analysis if you tried.
Be like, whatever, just say. You just said yes. Whatever you just said, yes, absolutely. Just, I don't understand a word, but I'm going along with it to look smart. So you do the talking. I do the reacting. Well, maybe. Wait, are you calling me a slacker or something?
I'm just calling it how I see it.
I'll have you know that I do try. When I need to.
I hope that includes today's work.
Is your... Is your sky red too? What exactly do you mean? Is your sky red too? I am not sure what you mean to say by that. Or is that another bad joke here right now? Excuse me, Monika. Is this some top-tier nerd shit? I must slap you if you say any more. Be careful, she might delete you.
And I guess that concludes today's poetry discussion of the day.
Now all we need to do is an okay everyone, and it'll really feel like a club meeting.
Are you making fun of me?
Not at all.
Only teasing. I do say that a lot, don't I?
You could call it your catchphrase at this point. Monika puts on a pouty face that almost gives me a heart attack with its cuteness.
It just makes me feel organized when I say it, okay?
Delete me, Monika, I have a deletion fetish. Well then. Go ahead and let Mommy Monika delete you. Hey, nothing wrong with catchphrases. It seems that while we've been talking, Monika's been working at lightning speed to finish everything. Guess there's not much for us to do if we're just doing everything digitally, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of formatting everything correctly and writing some short informational blurbs. It's helpful having someone to bounce ideas off of, but in hindsight you probably would have been more help working with someone else.
That might be so, but I had my reasons. And I just wanted to work with you too.
Oh, thanks, Code.
Don't mention it. Anyway, everyone else seems like they're pretty capable of handling their work. I mean, baking, artsy atmosphere stuff, and picking out presents. These are all in those guys' fortes, right?
That's why I'm not too worried about the workloads. I think that everyone will try their best because they take pride in their talents and because they want the club to succeed.
I don't think anyone would want to let down their friends either, right?
That's true.
How much is there left to do?
I finished the cover page and the description of our club, along with different sections dedicated to each poem.
5 hours? Come on. We'll see. Actually, we are getting close to 5 hours. Not sure if we'll reach it, but we're definitely getting close, and I honestly didn't expect that. I honestly didn't expect to stream that long today. In fact, I actually expected today's stream to be shorter. I actually expected today's stream to be shorter than my usual streams, but here we are. We're still going strong.
I finished the cover page.
Yeah, read that. And we got some success when it comes to deciphering. She turns the laptop in my direction to show me. Displayed on the screen is a smartly designed, minimalistic pamphlet. Photos relating to each poem's themes are placed in a way that draws the eye to the center of the poetry. 24-hour stream? Dear God, no, not now at least. Maybe at some point. Maybe at some point I'll actually do a 24-hour stream, but that'll be later down the line, definitely. That's gonna have to be some kind of special. In the far future.
What do you think?
Wow, it looks really professional. Have you ever taken a graphic design class before?
No, I've just had a lot of practice. My mother's a lead designer for a large firm, so maybe it runs in my blood.
I wouldn't doubt it if that were the case.
Do you have any suggestions, though?
I don't have much of an opinion on art and design, not that you need any help on that front anyway. But as for the pamphlet's contents, how about a program guide? So that the audience can follow along more easily?
Great idea. What order should we recite in?
Given that you're the president, you should probably go first. And since Natsuki doesn't really care about performing in front of strangers, how about we have her go next? So that she can get it over with, you know what I mean?
Sounds good to me.
The soft sound of keys clicking fills the air as Monika starts modifying the pamphlet again. Yuri's probably gonna be the opposite of Natsuki and want to delay the inevitable as much as possible.
She is pretty shy. I don't think she'd want to go last, though, because all the attention would be on her. So how about we put her second to last?
Fine by me. I'd be fine with going last then.
Alright, so that's me, Natsuki, Sayori, Yuri, and for our grand finale, you.
When you put it that way, it kind of makes me reluctant to be last, you know.
You'll do fine.
While you're still editing the pamphlet, how about you add in short bios of each of us as well? I think that'll make it more welcoming to the audience if they get to know the people who are reciting better.
Ooh, it'll make the club seem more welcoming for any potential members as well. Another great idea is expected of you, Code.
Well, I'm just throwing ideas out there. You're the one doing all the work.
That is true.
Hey, you're supposed to deny that.
How about you carry all the pamphlets back from the shop then?
Hey, not bad. You've got yourself a deal. A few conversations filled with pamphlet suggestions, critique, and idle chit-chat later, Monika's finally finished up with her work.
Does everything look fine to you?
She scrolls over the pages for me to scrutinize. Definitely. I'd join a club with this level of professionalism any day. Only if you get another person to donate other if you get a person to donate the other 12 hours. Oh, to do. Can't even read. Only if you get another person to do the other 12 hours. Can't even read today. Maybe I am getting tired. Maybe it's a good thing we're slowly approaching the end. Yeah, but who would I get to do that? Do like a 12-hour stream and have someone else do a 12-hour stream immediately afterwards and then just raid into their stream? That might work. That'd be a little bit easier on me, to be honest. But that'd still be a lot. For now, at least. And I'm not saying that just to be nice either.
That's a relief.
Swiftly pulling out a USB stick, she saves the document on it, closes her laptop, slinging her school bag over her shoulder again.
Alright, let's get over to the library now.
I glance over at the clock as we head out. A few hours have passed by and hopefully we can get everything else completed quickly so we can hang out with the thought of work looming over us. Feel bad for making Monika do pretty much all the work, but this kind of thing really is more suited to just one person to do. Maybe I should have helped someone else. Oh well, they can probably handle themselves. Plus, I gotta get closer to Monika today.
It's a nice day, isn't it?
It really is. The sky is blue with only a few wispy clouds scuttling across it. And although it's sunny, there's a cool breeze to ensure that it's not too hot out. Yeah, it's a good sign for tomorrow's weather. Wouldn't want the festival to be a rainy day now, would we? We'd lose all the outdoor food stalls.
Ah, the food stalls are always pretty good, huh? It's actually kind of surprising how well these students can actually cook.
Yeah, usually you'd expect that student-made food would be kind of messy and either over or under seasoned. Ah, now I'm hungry for homemade comfort food. I haven't had any in a long time.
Do you eat at home often?
No, I pretty much always eat at home. My mom works abroad a lot, so I have to cook for myself.
Oh, so that explains why we were alone this whole time. Is your cooking not very good then?
Actually, I'm not bad at it since I've got a lot of practice. To be honest, I am just too lazy to put in the effort to buy tons of groceries and make the time to cook. I eat pretty unhealthy.
Code, you need to take care of your health. We can't have a club member down now, can we?
I guess not. Offer up a sheepish grin that Monika chuckles at. How's your cooking, Monika? People always say I have the funniest take on shit because I just bully everyone who has any opinion. I mean, does that include yourself? I mean, no opinion is. Alright, that's wrong. Most opinions aren't without their flaws. But yeah. Just bully everyone for having an opinion at all. I mean, I can definitely see why, because if you can pretty much make fun of everyone for having an opinion, I get that then you're probably the creative type, if you can always come up with something to say. That would explain the whole comedian thing as well.
Oh, I'm okay.
Don't be humble, you're probably a master chef or something.
I'm really not.
You're pretty much good at everything, and you're a top student, not to mention a top athlete to boot.
You don't have to boost my ego like that, you know.
Hey, it's just the truth. Since you're already so involved with school activities, are you going to run for the student council? Could definitely see you as the president there.
That's something that I've actually been considering. I would definitely make my parents happy if I could do that. But I'm not sure if I have the time for it. There are a lot of responsibilities attached to the role.
Right, you already have a ton of things on your plate. Didn't mean to make you feel pressured or anything. Just wanted to say that if you ever run for student council president, you'll definitely have my vote.
Thanks, Code.
I'm a sucker for that radiant smile of hers. Simp! If she ordered me to kill someone with that smile, I'd do it. Wow. So that's the level of simpage we've come to. Okay, that might have been an exaggeration. By this time, we've walked well into the city. She's been following Monika all this time, since I have no idea which library she was talking about. She said that it was supposed to be close by though, right? Looking around, I don't see any buildings that seem particularly library-ish. As we cross the street and head towards the tall, imposing building, I decide to ask her, "Hey Monika, where are we going?"
To the library, remember? Don't tell me you forgot that already.
Hey, give me a little credit. I meant where in the city.
Not far from school, actually.
Really? Because we're downtown right now in the opposite direction of school.
Huh?
She stops dead in her tracks, making me nearly bump into her. Her head tilts up as she stares at the building in front of us. I follow her gaze, look up at it. It has a more modern design and stretches up at least 8 stories tall. Bright blue sign embedded with the title Kuman, Math and Language Study Center, labels the building above the doorway. Kuman? Isn't it that infamously strict cram school that spits out almost an equal number of broken failures and genius successes? Never been to a cram school before, and I'm extremely glad that I've never set foot in Kuman. Why are we here though? Monika? My voice seems to bring Monika back to reality.
Sorry. I seem to have led you the wrong way.
She quickly spins around and begins marching back the way we came.
How silly of me, Code. We'll need to hurry back to get to the library before it closes. It closes pretty early compared to other places.
What's gotten into her? Hold on, stop. Monika! I lunge forward and grab Monika's arm, pulling her away from the crosswalk. Second later, car speeds by, the blaring sound of its horn trailing after it. Above us, the red light of an open hand, a universal sign to stop, glows. Work in progress. That's the final art we're gonna see. I hold her close in my arms, my breathing shallow and rapid, my heart beating tattoo in my chest. Wouldn't doubt if she could feel the heartbeat against my chest right now. The blood rushes through my ears, and for a moment I can't hear anything, only feel. We stand alone together amidst the rushing of the city, rushing of my blood. Here we go again. I can get tangled up in hive minds sometimes. Which can make me toxic. Well, the thing is, hive minds are certainly interesting. An interesting concept, especially the different kinds of hive minds that exist in the world of fiction. And I guess to some degree, IRL. But not true hive minds in the sense we know, where they're all sharing the same brain over multiple bodies. But that's an interesting topic, definitely. Now, it's not a topic that I want to delve into right now, especially since the stream has been going on and I want to finish it off. So, let's actually pull through here. Monika is warm in my arms, and that warmth comforts me. The warmth of her being alive and with me. I realize that we're both shaking, and with some effort I steady myself to give her something solid to lean on. Almost 5 hours, yeah? We're getting close. What did you miss? After the whole festival thing, not the whole festival thing, but the whole preparation thing, where we went to the track team and checked what they were doing. Not much happened. We played some music on the piano together. Main character sucked, but that was to be expected. And now we're going, now we're spending the weekend with her and going to the library, and we went the wrong way, and she almost got hit by a car. So there you go, you're up to speed. With that, we're both shaking, and with some effort I steady myself to try and give her something solid to lean on. We seem to spend an eternity standing there, but then reality comes crashing back down again. The noise of the busy city returns. It seems strange that the world still goes on without a care, even after such a close brush with death. Getting no sleep tonight? Maybe. Despite that, I still need a little bit of rest, I guess. And we're almost at the end. Monika.
Thank you.
I'm just glad that you're okay. You are okay, right?
Yeah, I am.
The feeling of relief pervades my body. It seems strange that I'd care so much about someone who I've really only known for a few days. No, actually it's not strange. Because we're friends, and friends care about each other, right? Although maybe, well, I should just see how our friendship develops before I get ahead of myself.
I'm glad that you were here to make sure I was okay, Code.
Ah, of course. What happened anyway? Why were you so upset?
I wasn't upset. I don't know, I was just a bit flustered. I didn't even know why I was flustered.
Does it have something to do with that Kuman building or something? Monika stiffens up once I mention it.
You could say that. That's my cram school right there. I have cram school every day, so I guess that I've just been conditioned to walk straight there. My brain just switched to autopilot.
I see. Well, it wouldn't be strange for that to happen. Do you not like cram school?
I just have bad memories associated with it.
Uptime probably not working because it's still on cooldown. Can't use it instantly again. After all, it just popped up recently.
Guess it's kind of silly.
Aw, how sad. You missed the perfect timing because it was used a little bit earlier. No, I'm sure that if it shook up you of all people, then it isn't silly at all.
Thanks, but I should be stronger than this. I really don't mind cram school in general. It's pretty effective at boosting your grades, since it basically forces you to study.
I'm not sure if Monika's lying to make me feel better, or if those are her true feelings. Either way, this is a side of her that I've never seen before.
Anyway, mind if you let me go now?
Ah, sorry. Quickly drop my arms and step away from her. My face is going red now, but I just couldn't help hugging her like that. I guess my protective instincts overwhelmed me at that moment. Monika smiles faintly at me, still looking a bit rattled. How about we take a small break before we continue?
That'd be great, Code.
I don't think I've seen this background either. What's with all the new stuff we're getting to see here? We meander through a few streets before we settle on taking our break at a small park. Well, they call it a park, but it's really just a small section of street that has a few more trees and shrubs than usual, along with a public bathroom. Strange how we were chatting and laughing not that long ago. A sober mood has settled over us, and I find myself preferring to keep quiet. It seems like Monika's feeling the same way, as she doesn't make any move or speak. Hey, there's a vending machine over there. You want something to drink? I'm hoping that maybe something sweet can cheer her up at least a little bit.
Sure thing, that's pretty thoughtful of you.
No sweat, I was just going to get something for myself anyway. What would you like?
A can of coffee, it would be fine, thanks.
Well, maybe something bitter can cheer her up then. Decide on melon soda for myself and quickly return with the drinks.
Thank you.
We sit in a comfortable silence and slowly sip from our cans. It's a quieter section of the city, only a few groups of elderly and a jogger or two populate the park. This peaceful moment is the perfect thing to calm ourselves down after all the excitement from before. After a while, I drain my can and languidly stretch as I stand up from the bench. You done with your coffee? I can throw the can away for you.
Yeah, I am, thanks.
I toss the cans into the trash can and can't help but let out a yawn. Kind of sleepy after that.
Maybe you should have brought coffee for yourself too.
Maybe. Anyway, guess you should lead the way to the library then. Can of coffee. Can of coffee scares me. Well, then be terrified.
Right, I think there's actually a shortcut we can take from here.
Monika looks a bit happier now, thankfully. We set off into the city again, but this time through an area with narrower streets that are dotted with trees. We're far from any places with heavy traffic now, thankfully. After slipping through a few alleyways and taking a detour through a residential street, we arrive at a small but modern-looking library. Hey, I recognize this street. We really are close to the school.
You shouldn't doubt me on these matters. I'm a regular here, so you can be sure that I'll know where I'm going.
She says that, but she actually hadn't when she first led me to the city. That unique smell that books leave hits me in full force as we step inside. Although the weather outside wasn't too hot, the air conditioning in the library is still quite chilly. Bookshelves upon bookshelves of various novels and referencing materials neatly line the walls. Monika rings a bell at the desk and the employee quickly bustles out of a back room to help her. I start wandering through the library as she speaks to him. It seems like they are quite familiar with each other, as I can even hear them exchange jokes as she hands him her USB stick. Makes sense that she'd be a regular here though, since she probably needs to pass out tons of handouts with all her leadership positions. Speak of the devil, that was fast.
Oh, I'm just waiting for the librarian to print out all our copies. Don't worry, it shouldn't take too long.
This truly is psychological. This truly is psychological horror. I'm guessing you're still referring to the canned coffee. Well, the truest of horror.
Don't worry, it shouldn't take too long.
Ah, I see. Just thinking about how you're involved with everything at school. You're the captain of the girls' tennis team and former president of the debate club, right?
Yep, although I'm definitely happy with my position as president of the literature club now.
I don't know how you manage everything and still get good grades.
And I'm the class rep too.
Man, do you ever stop to smell the roses?
I don't even have time to do that.
Maybe I'll buy you some so that you'll have to smell them.
Wow, what a Casanova.
Going for 9 hours? Dear God, no.
It'll take more than one cheesy line to charm me though.
Where that line came from, I don't know. But that was smooth. At least for me it was.
Anyway, it looks like our pamphlets are done, so let's pay for them and get going.
We head for the counter where a tall stack of pamphlet lays. That'll be $29.75, please. Wait, dollars? Wasn't the rest of this game in yen? The currency for the rest of this game was in yen, right? If I'm not mistaken. Why did they suddenly switch currency?
I should probably get my wallet out for this.
Monika opens up her school bag and digs around inside for a moment. She lifts her laptop out of the bag and searches through it again with one hand. There's an awkward silence that starts to stretch out as both the employee and I watch Monika.
I swear I put it in here.
Her face has gone pale now and it looks like she's flustered all over again. Is your sky red? Mine is. Is it sunset for you? Or sunrise? Because in that case, if it's sunrise and you didn't get any sleep, then that's bad. That would explain the color of the sky, though. But I can't say anything about that for me. So no.
It seems I've left my wallet at home.
It's fine, I'll pay for it. I hastily pull my wallet out of my pocket before Monika can say anything.
Code? You don't? Well, I'll pay you back on Monday.
Don't worry about it, I've got your back. It's only $20 anyway.
More like 30.
Oh well, like I said, you don't have to pay me back.
Are you sure? I feel really bad.
I'm definitely sure. I don't go out very often anyway, so I have a lot of pocket money saved up. No? Night? Well then, that's probably not good. Is it light pollution? You know, basic that stuff all over again? Otherwise you should be worried. Probably. Maybe.
Thank you. You really saved me there, Code.
No problem, really. Looks like the librarian's relieved that the situation's been diffused as well.
I'll carry all the pamphlets then, since you're the one paying.
No, we already agreed that I'd carry them all, right? We made a deal and everything.
At least let me carry half of them. I was going to take half to bring home anyway.
You drive a hard bargain. Alright, if you insist.
Hey, it's the least I can do.
By the time we start heading back to my place, it's late afternoon. Monika's carrying half her half of the pamphlets in her school bag, while I'm using a plastic bag for mine. The day really flew by, and faster than I would have expected it to, given that we were supposed to be working all day.
You know, Code, I'm really glad that you decided to pick me to help.
Light pollution? What do you mean light pollution, question mark? You know, how a lot of lamps and stuff can make you, especially at night, can make the sky less visible. Especially the stars. Like if you're in a place that has a lot of, if you're like out by the countryside where there's not a lot of artificial lighting going on in the night, then you're oftentimes more easily able to see the stars, as far as I know. Please tell me this is correct information and I've not been lied to my entire life. But yeah, that's the thing, as far as I'm aware. Now let's finish this real quick, because again, the uptime, I'm seeing it.
You know, Code, I'm really glad that you decided to pick me to help.
I didn't really end up doing anything though. Gotta go, man. I got anime to watch and I've gotta be awake in 5 hours. Alright, you go. Stream won't be that much longer anyway, so you won't be missing much. And you can always check out the last few minutes later on in an archive, so thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
Don't shortchance yourself. You did all that you needed to do today. Plus, you kind of saved me twice there.
Oh, it's fine, really. As your friend, I'm here for you.
Thanks.
Monika clears her throat a little before continuing.
To tell you the truth, I wasn't exactly excited for you to help me at the beginning.
So I guess that my hunch back then was correct. What changed your mind?
Don't get me wrong, that was only my gut reaction.
So your distrust of my abilities runs that deep, eh?
You know what I mean. I only thought that for a moment, alright?
Alright then.
My reaction, it was probably because I've been let down so many times already. For all my life, I've always been the one to take charge of in-group scenarios and to get all the work done. And after a while, I guess everyone I worked with realized that they could slack off and leave everything to me, since I'd always get things done.
So I guess that you're just used to it, that you automatically expect it to happen.
That's right.
You shouldn't stand for it, though. You better be telling these people off.
Can't help it. They never care, and I always care too much. That's just how things are.
Well,
don't try to lecture me on this, Code. After all, weren't you one of these people not too long ago?
Oh, that's right. Done the same thing before too. Back when we were in the same class. I'd been in a group project with Monika once. She'd taken over as leader immediately, delegating tasks effectively and picking up the slack when needed. I just assumed that she preferred doing most of the work, given that she put out the best work out of all of us anyway. I feel kind of ashamed of myself now.
If I wanted this to stop, I'd have changed the way society itself works.
I won't say anything else to antagonize her for now. I'm not brave enough to do it, and I don't want to ruin the mood with an argument. Especially not after she just pointed out my own shortcoming.
Anyway, after I thought about it, I realized that I should actually be happy that you offered to help me. I mean, even though I'm kind of popular, most people don't actually help me with things like that. They just assume I can handle it, and since I usually like to take on the hardest work for myself, that gives them even less of an incentive to help.
As I thought, you work too hard, Monika. I'm glad that I got to help you today. And that I got to help take a little weight off your shoulders. You know, it's just a minuscule bit of weight that I helped relieve. I'm happy that I had the chance to do so.
Thank you, Code. Even though you called me reliable, aren't you the reliable one here?
Hey, it's nothing. I sheepishly scratched the back of my head. Hang on. Monika based society? Wait, what? I mean, Monika in society is just, well, I mean, think about Monika in society in this game. You can't really think too much about because Monika basically controls everything. Originally, not here anymore, but still. Hey, looks like we're back. I guess we finished for today then.
I'd like to hang out a little more, but
She checks the time on her phone, then sighs.
I have cram school in a bit, so I have to get going now.
Oh man, really?
Yes, really, I'll see you at the festival tomorrow. And thanks for everything today.
See you on Monday then. Monika waves as she sets off in the other direction. We're almost at the end, guys. We're finishing the stream. I really hope she gets there safely this time. As I watch her leave, I have a strange feeling that I'm forgetting something. Ah, crap. Of all the excitement of today, I totally forgot to ask Monika about Sayori. Feel like an awful friend now. I should be there for her. It's too late to ask Monika now, though I can just barely make out that swaying brown ponytail in the distance. I'll just text Monika about it tonight. Hopefully, she'll be out of cram school by then. And there you have it. This is it. This is all we wanted to do today. This stream lasted quite a bit longer than most of my streams. And honestly, I'm not even upset about it. So everyone, thank you guys very much for watching. I know this was a little bit of a longer journey. I'm sure that not many people will be down to watch a 5-hour archive, so this will probably won't be seen by many people once it's archived, but to anyone watching this later on, I hope you enjoy anyway. And to everyone watching this now on stream, I thank everyone who decided to stick around here to the end. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ducky, too. Thank you guys for sticking around. I really appreciate your company. I hope to see you next time as well, if you have the time. And actually, hang on, I think I need to go raid now, right? Because after all, that's the thing. I almost forgot that. Almost forgot the raid. Now let me just quickly exit all of this. And we'll get ready for the raid now, before I forget that. Sometimes I just forget. I always forget that I often forget that I'm supposed to be raiding after my stream ends. It's the only correct thing to do. So, raid channel. Let's do it. Assassin Ducky, there you are. Don't forget the lemon. Lemon. I guess I won't forget the lemon. But for now, we need to raid. So, see you guys over there, I guess. And this is the end of the stream, so till next time. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye. Once we raid, I almost forgot that we have to wait a little bit for it to switch on over. But now we say goodbye. For good. This time, I mean it. So see you next time. And see you guys on YouTube next time as well. Bye.